Srinivasa sir, just give me 5 minutes time, sir. I'll be starting over this meetings. Srinivasa sir, just give me 5 minutes time, sir. I'll be starting over this meeting.
Ma'am, I think your YouTube, you have to reduce that volume because
No, ma'am.
after it,
I had muted. Just for checking only, I'm doing this.
okay, because it's coming like an echo.
Yeah. Now I had muted that YouTube, ma'am. And still I'm posting the YouTube link and in our group also.
I think you can actually reduce the volume. If you keep it mute, I don't know. If you reduce the volume, still the audience can hear it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, once please check whether this link is working.
Which link, ma'am?
I had posted in the chat box YouTube live link.
YouTube link.
Please check once whether it is working.
Sure.
Here it is coming to me.
It should come.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, the link that you have posted, it is yesterday's video. So today's live link, please copy and paste.
Today's only I had sent, ma'am. Once again, I'll check once.
Because the one that is there in the group, I just tried, it is some 6 hours up. So what is over? Ma'am, the link that you have posted, it is yesterday's video.
No.
Today's live link, please copy and.
Ma'am, today's link only it is coming, ma'am. Today's link only it is coming. Ma'am, please check, ma'am. Today's link only, ma'am, that is.
The last one, yes, it's live. YouTube is live.
Yeah. Already it got late by 10 minutes. Shall we start this auspicious occasion of two-day international conference on climate change and environmental protection 2025 and international award ceremony PRAJNA 2025. This has been planned to organize on the eve of World Environment Day on like both the days of 4th and 5th. And today, this is the World Environment Day. All the nations are celebrating. First of all, I wish all a happy World Environment Day. And this is the hour to reduce the plastic pollution, which is the caption of this whole year. And the theme of this World Environment Day is to mitigate and reduce the plastic pollution. So on this occasion, SIDBI Foundation and SSRD jointly organizing with the collaboration of Globethics South Asia Center Bangalore and High Learn EduTech company from Bangalore. This 2-day international conference. Yesterday we had completed the first day of this conference with around 20 presentations and 4 keynote speakers, both national and international. Today also we are having two international distinguished speeches and national speeches also, along with the presentations and award ceremonies. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to take this opportunity to invite all the dignitaries and my prestigious guests, chief guests, guest of honors, and the awardees, delegates, presenters, and participants. A very warm welcome to one and all to this auspicious occasion. And here for making the time like management, one person requested for her presentation before joining our distinguished speaker. With the permission of chair and co-chair, actually for this technical session 4, chairperson Dr. Gayatri Indraganti ma'am, assistant professor, Department of Mass Communication, SK Somaya College, Somaya Vidya Vihar University, Mumbai, and co-chairperson Dr. N. Bhartijyoti ma'am, assistant professor, Department of Zoology, Mary Stella College Autonomous, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. With the permission of chair and co-chair, shall I allow one person for the presentation, ma'am? I request Dr. Bhartijyoti ma'am. So I request Varudhini, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hope my screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am. And your audio also audible. Please go ahead, ma'am.
So the topic of my presentation is enhancing supply chain efficiency and business growth via skill development and green practices and evidence from food processing startups of India. So enhancing supply chain efficiency as well as the business growth through that of the skill development and green practices is a particular area of increasing significance, particularly in that of the context of food processing startups, because even our Prime Minister has designated the food processing industry as the sunrise sector of India. That is, there is tremendous growth and potential in the food processing industry. Over the years, the supply chain management has evolved from that of a traditional linear process to a very much more integrated technology driven feature, and it requires efficiency, sustainability, and resilience because of various external factors. And coming to the food processing industry, especially, it has an edge because the groups are seeking to streamline operations, lessen the waste. There is around 30% wastage in the food processing industry, and only 3% is being processed, and adopt environmentally friendly practices even as making steady increases. So given the worldwide rising issues concerning the environmental sustainability, and also there is a strain or lot of regulations on the organizations to stay aggressive, and there is an interplay between skill development, policy, and financial aid, and green delivery chain practices, which is turned out to be a crucial research area. So this observation provides empirical evidence on how these factors make contributions to enhancing the supply chain performance and business growth in the food processing startups. So historically, the supply chain management in the food processing sector is characterized by various challenges, especially when it comes to India, because of the inefficiencies in logistics, inadequate infrastructure, and as well as there is a poor skilled force. So traditionally, our food businesses relied on the conventional supply chain models and technologies, and this brought about significant operational bottlenecks. And with these bottlenecks, their prices increase, and there is also a bad environmental footprint, as we all see. Lot of fruits and vegetables and all are spoiled even in the market yards, and they dump. Wherever releasing all putrefaction is done, and lot of gases are being released into the environment. So coming to the review of literature, the research confirms that skill improvement and education play an important role in improving the supply chain efficiency, which in turn drives the business growth. So startups that put money into the staff skilling, mainly in the regions consisting of supply chain management, advertising, and monetary planning, are better placed to optimize their operational process, Senem et al. 2021. So financial and policy mechanisms, they play a major contribution to supply chain efficiency with the aid of especially when it comes to startups, with the essential assets and incentives to enhance their operations. This is particularly relevant in the food processing sector, where the startups regularly face financial constraints that hinder their ability to implement green supply chain systems. So the key intent for exploring this difficulty is the growing popularity of sustainability as an aggressive gain, because in the long run, sustainability does improve the businesses. The green supply chain practices consisting of biodegradable packaging, waste discount, and green electricity processing have grown to be imperative to the commercial enterprise operations. Khan et al. 2021. So companies that include these practices now not only make a contribution to the environmental conservation, but also improve their marketplace positioning. These days, even the consumers are becoming educated, and there is awareness regarding the sustainability, and they interact with brands that display a commitment to ethical and sustainable practices. Therefore, information on how delivery chain efficiently mediates the connection among the skill development enterprise, boom, and sustainability is crucial for practitioners, policymakers. So by providing a complete evaluation of these relationships, this study enables to bridge the gap between academic research and sensible enterprise applications. So these are the objectives of the study. To analyze the impact of skill development as well as training on the process of improving supply chain efficiency and business growth in the food processing startups, to evaluate the extent to which the policy of the government as well as financial support contribute to optimizing supply chain efficiency, to examine how supply chain efficiency influences both the business growth and the adoption of green supply chain practices, to explore the connection between the business growth and the implementation of sustainable supply chain practices, to provide empirical insights into the mediating role of the supply chain efficiency and business growth in the process of fostering sustainability within the supply chain, and to develop actionable recommendations for policymakers and startup founders to enhance supply chain efficiency and sustainability in the food processing industry. So this is the conceptual model developed, where we can see supply chain efficiency acts as a mediating role between the skill development and green supply chain practices with the aid of policy and financial support from the government, which all these interact in the development of business growth and market expansion. So I have done a PLS partial least squares SEM analysis. And coming to the structural equation model, the first step where we try to validate the model, and these are the indices found from the model. The standardized root mean square value is 0.05, well below the accept threshold level of 0.08. The norm fit index is 0.92, above 0.90. The root mean square error of approximation is 0.06, less than 0.08. And the chi-square degrees of freedom should be between 1 to 3. So, and RMS theta is less than 1.12, that is 0.07. So this has proven that this model is structurally validated. So coming to the reliability and validity of the model, these are the construct, skill development and training, policy and financial support, supply chain efficiency, green supply chain practices, business growth and market expansion. And these are the indicators. So the factors received a training programs, and then coming to training on core skills and marketing, and training on supply skill chain management and food processing. So these factors are adequately loading on the skill development and training, which should be above 0.7, and the average variance extracted should be greater than 0.5, and the composite reliability, that is all these three together, are greater than 0.7. When it comes to these indicators, like they are converging and in indicating the skill development and training. So in the same manner, these are the indicators which are available for the various constructs. These are the values. Coming to the discriminant validity by Forner and Larker criterion. So how the individual factors are discriminating with the other factors. When it comes to policy and financial support, we can see that the value is 0.793, which is quite different from which is not loading or discriminating from supply chain efficiency, green supply chain management, and business growth and marketing. In the same manner, supply chain efficiency is 0.979, and green supply chain practices is 0.872, and business growth and market expansion is 0.872. So coming to the path analysis, the hypotheses are all, we could found the relationship between skill development and training on supply chain efficiency is significant. In the same manner, skill development and training on business growth and market expansion is significant. Supply chain efficiency on business growth and market expansion, and supply chain efficiency practices on supply chain efficiency and green supply chain practices, policy and financial support, and business growth and market expansion. So we found that all the relationships are significant. Coming to the endogenous constructs, we can see that the adjusted R square, that is 97.86% of the factors are supporting or explaining the variance in supply chain efficiency. In the same manner, business growth and market expansion, 94.49% is explaining on business growth and market expansion. So this study has concluded that the results of the structural model, that is the policy and financial support, has the strongest effect on supply chain efficiency. That is, startups need good policies and financial supports for them to expand. And only if they expand, they can implement the green supply chain practices. And emphasizing that efficient delivery chains are effective drive and inspire sustainability adoption. So the strong predictive accuracy of this framework indicates that startups with optimized supply chains and marketplace enlargement strategies are more likely to integrate the sustainable practices. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request anyone from the participant side, if any questions, please ask to Varudhini, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Gayatri, ma'am, welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Sorry, actually, I had announced in your absence the first presentation for the time management sake, ma'am.
Okay, no issues, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I request any of the participants or presenters yesterday, if you missed your presentation, it is welcome now for your presentation. It will be allowed. Because it seems the international speaker We'll take some time to, yes, join. Welcome, sir. Sunil, sir.
Oh,
Good morning.
good morning, everyone.
Very good morning, sir. So, sir, are you ready for your talk, sir?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Did I join on the right time?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Very warm welcome.
Uh,
Our today's distinguished speaker, Sunil Kumar Suvari, international jury member of SIDBI Foundation. And we are very fortunate enough and happy to have you, sir, as a jury. And sir is an independent researcher, Frisco TX, United States of America. And sir is about to give his talk on inclusive by design, how agile drivers accessibility in climate action, exploring how agile practices empower the creation of inclusive, sustainable solutions that leave no one behind. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our proposal and invitation and sparing your valuable time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm about to share my screen. Hope I'm audible well.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Please
Yep,
go.
thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and please let me know once you see that.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Hopefully, it should be visible now. All right. Let me close these areas, and I'll take a moment to turn on the closed captions. If those are available, can you turn that on at your end, ma'am? Or maybe I need to do that at my end. Yeah. Okay. I'm so sorry, it's taking a little time.
No issue.
All right, so I believe these closed captions are turned on now. The reason why I'm turning on is my topic is mainly on accessibility, so I should be inclusive of people who are not much abled on hearing. All right, let me go back onto this one over here. So, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm here not to show who I am. I'm here to learn from you all. I'm here to share that awareness, how we all need to be inclusive, how we all ignore a sector of community by assuming that that's not us. And then we talk about everything that could be climate action, that could be multiple startups, that could be anywhere in the life, but we exclude certain communities of people, the people who are disabled, by assuming that those are different from our lives. So today my talk would focus on how creating those inclusive designs would help us in climate action. So I'm a multidisciplinary researcher. I'm trying to include different disciplines and tie them together and make us believe that when all these disciplines tie together, then only we can come up with sustainable designs, inclusive products. So that's where my talk is focusing on. With that, I would like to present my topic, which is inclusive by design. We are trying to talk about agile methodology. It's a it's largely considered as a software project management ability or a methodology which is used to deliver projects. Uh, but way before software, it was largely used in other practices. So today I'm trying to tie how agile, accessibility, and climate action can be combined together, and we all can make a very good future sustainable climates. Diving deep into this, so how accessibility and sustainability are tied together? Let me just take a minute to explain what is accessibility. Uh, with this term, I mean the people who are disabled, we are providing them the ability to access all the all the amenities, all the facilities as equally as we can. And we'll talk in more detail in there. Now here I'm trying to tie these two disciplines, which are totally separate, how including accessibility would help us in climate sustainability. Let us look at that. So sustainability and accessibility are definitely interconnected. When pursued together, they create more resilient and equitable communities. We'll talk about that. Accessible climate action ensures that individuals with disabilities are not left behind in the transition to a greener future. Imagine we, as a sector of researchers, are excluded when they are trying to make a big decision on including AI on project management or including artificial intelligence on some computing. We all would feel excluded because we have got a good knowledge. Our research abilities, our research insights would definitely add more on how to use artificial intelligence in computing. Similarly, if we are not including accessible people who are disabled, we are not considering that accessibility while building I would say, climate action programs, while building policies around it, or while creating a simple green buildings or smart cities, how we could exclude them, what harm is there in excluding them, and how it would impact the entire climate we are going to discuss. So this integration of accessibility and sustainability involves designing infrastructure, technology, design the infrastructure around them, create buildings with accessible ramps, create buildings with wide doors, create them accessible for everyone. So designing infrastructure, designing technology and policies that accommodate the diverse needs, promoting a more inclusive approach to environmental stewardship. So here are some examples where I'm diving in. Uh, I would try to go through the slides faster, and then we have a more discussion, more engagement around this to try to understand what exactly accessibility could impact in the environment. However, on this slide, we are talking about renewable energy and inclusive design. Now, we could when I was thinking about this from past 2 weeks of how me with a project management background, research on accessibility, and then fit into this climate action. I did a lot of research. There are very good people local to Vishakhapatnam who are actually doing these green renewable energy sources which are inclusive for disabled people. One of their projects is called This Beach is for Us, where they are trying to make a more sustainable, cleaner environment in the beaches, which could be more inclusive for disabled people. So as I was doing more and more research on that, this opened me a more diverse ideas with the critical thinking, which I'm sharing today. And again, as I said, this is not something I'm presenting as my work. I'm here to share that awareness. So today, after this 2 days of conclave, 2 days of conversations, we take back with us that anything which I'm building in my life from today on, let me think about accessibility in my mind. So that being said, let's see how renewable energy and inclusive design are tied together. So the community-based renewable energy projects can be designed to include input from people with disabilities. So we have solar panels. We come up with renewable energy sources like energy sources from hydroelectric power and all of that. We say that we can do that at houses at a micro level. You can have a solar panel on your roof and you can still use it. Now, by designing such solar panels where people with disability cannot use it, aren't we excluding those populations? Aren't we saying that, oh, yeah, we are trying to be more green and more renewable, but not for this population? There are more than 1.6 billion people who are disabled in one way or other. And talking on that, all our abilities are temporary. Every one of us are disabled at some point in life. It could be a temporary, it could be a situational, it could be a long-term one. We all are just a mishap away where we can lose the sight, where we can go through a surgery, our abilities are disabled for some time. Imagine at that time, I have an application or a mobile app through which I'm controlling my solar panels, through which I'm navigating to understand how much energy is left off, how much energy still I'm using. And if those apps are not inclusive designs, then they're of no use. If those do not include screen readers, if those do not include audio readers, then those are of not use for the disabled people. This is where I'm tying the renewable energy with an inclusive design. Let's look at the next one. Smart cities and accessible infrastructure. Again, smart cities is a green concept where we are trying to make the city as smart as possible with Internet of Things, so that even though human consciousness misses to turn off a light or a fan, the Internet of Things would definitely take care of that. We all know very widely about this. This is widely known concept about smart cities. Now, how I'm tying this with accessible infrastructure is, if a smart city can leverage these Internet of Things devices and artificial intelligence and data analytics to create adaptive environments that cater to the needs of all residents. Say, for example, there is a smart city which talks about what is the next train coming up or what is the next bus coming up. It controls the traffic. And all those Internet of Things are based out of your mobile applications. If those mobile applications are not structured in an inclusive design, they cannot be used by people with disabilities, then again, we are excluding that section of the society. We are not going inclusively forward. We are designing a good which is not for a larger society. Green buildings and universal design. How do we make this? There is a very long, I would say, charm about this, that every building says we are green. We have built a green building with less climate action on this, which with less green gases out of this and everything. But are these buildings inclusive? As you're building these, as you're designing this, can we consider having wide doors? Can we consider having ramps? Can we consider having alternatives to escalators and elevators? Think about that. So this is how I'm trying green buildings as we are building them with the universal designs. So incorporating features such as wide doorways, step-free entrances, and accessible restrooms into green buildings will make it more sustainable. Or else people with those disabilities would not use these green buildings, would not use the smart cities. They will still continue to use the old ways, which are still impacting the climate. And it's not their mistake, because we have excluded them of not being able to use these applications. Now, so far I have been tying two different disciplines. One is accessibility and the other one is climate action. Now see how we can introduce agile, which would help us in doing this. In simple terms, agility is all about we are controlling the risk, we are maximizing the value, and we are minimizing the time to delivery. Now here, having that accessibility as a feature, shifting it more towards the left, while designing, while developing, while testing, rather than after I develop the entire product, let me go ahead and check if it satisfies all the accessibility acts or not. Let's not do that. Shift it towards the left, shift it towards the beginning. And in agile way of project management, and with project, I mean any projects, environmental projects, architectural projects, civil projects, IT projects, in anywhere agile is used, it goes with one concept like develop in small iterations, in small cycles or in small products. Try to take a feedback of it. And when we are taking a feedback, try to include these users who have different abilities or different needs. So such users, when you're including them in taking the feedback, your product outcome would definitely become more inclusive and everyone can use it. So these are several elements we have in Agile, like frequent iteration, space to test with disabled users, backlog refinement. That is the place where we are talking more about the requirement, and that is an opportunity to talk more about accessibility needs, cross-functional team, have people with different abilities in your team. Let me have a people who is disabled in hearing, people who is disabled in vision. Let me have them so that their insights are included while we are trying to design the systems. Right? Next, our vision is a climate moment for all, accessibility as a climate justice. Definitely, we need to include people. We need to We need to be creating those futuristic cities, futuristic, environmentally safe habitats by including inclusive designs and accessible people. Inclusive innovation, better for more usable solutions for everyone. And agility, it helps us to adapt, respond quickly, change the dimensions, change the directions, and be more inclusive with frequent feedback loops. With this, I'm presenting some examples. So far, it was a theory talk. Now I'm showing how these both are tied together. So we have an accessible disaster alert app. Um, which is used in Greater Nigeria, disaster response systems. So here, it is a combination of both accessibility and agile. How they did it is, while designing the workshop, they have included blind and deaf users. We are designing a disaster app where you will get an alert. Today is a storm warning. Today is a flood warning. So at that apps, if I'm a blind, how would I know it? So what they did is in the include, they have included these disabled people in the co-design workshops, hence making them understand that when we are building this app, it should have a screen reader. It should have a text to speech in it. It should have haptics like vibration with a high vibration to let them know that there is a warning system going on. So all these so now you see the combination. One, we are talking about a disaster app, which is related to climate. Two, we are talking about accessibility inclusion out there. And three, the agile elements, like how including those users early and often created a universal and inclusive app. More examples, the green tech, which is, again, I was talking about the solar panel. The app became usable for the blind people, low vision people, neurodiverse users, because the app used to have a lot of graphs and people with color blind and invisible disabilities, which we call them as, they feel overwhelmed to use those apps. And now they have these screen readers, they have adapted the graph colors so that everybody can use it. The other thing is civic tech and climate. So in Netherlands, when they were trying to do a budgeting for creating structures, civil structures, or the public structures in the organizations, they came up with including these people with different abilities as a part of budgeting. Hence, it turned out that every app that they use for public places, it could be waiting for a bus, booking your cab, and everything. They made sure that it is in plain language, and there are video explainers if in case I am audio and video disabled. So with that, I would like to conclude it over here. We see this sign at every place, in every building, yet we never gave a thought. In case of fire, do not use elevators. Absolutely looks perfect. And even me, all these years, I never thought about it until 2 years ago when somebody talked to me about this talk. So imagine people with disabilities in case of fire. Are we really including them? Aren't we saying that they are excluded? So the people who are over here, different researchers, dignitaries, I believe public personalities, please try to think around these inclusive structures, inclusive designs, which would help everyone. And just to remind us all of that, all our abilities are temporary. It is just an accident away, it is just a surgery away, or it is just an age away. We see that with growing age, we might lose some abilities which we have today, and we should not be excluding those people in any of the actions that we are taking. So I'd like to take a pause. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, Sunil sir, for your wonderful presentation. I request any one of the participants side or dignitaries and guests, if any questions or any interaction with Sunil sir, it is welcome.
Right. I know usually in these large groups, we hesitate to ask questions, but at least I made an attempt to share that awareness of inclusive designs. thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, s-
Sir, do you have any questions to ask Sunil, sir?
No, I do not have somebody. I believe someone was trying to ask a question.
yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. I am Dr. Gayatri. Yeah, I don't have a question as such, but just would like to add a point or two to whatever we are discussing today on the eve of Environmental Day. And let me just tell you another point from the point of India as an aspect. And since we are all academicians and belonging to the education side and educating youngsters, educating ourselves, educating the society as such. So I would like to just reiterate the point that the kind of awareness towards the ability and the disabled and the specially abled people that are concerned in a society, in a community as such, we are more into informing them, and that awareness is much better created or given. I cannot give a comparison with the US part, which I'm not aware of, but from the point of view of education system and the educational institutions that are there in India and belonging to some of these universities and education systems, I can definitely say that that awareness is already created from the student level to the staff and even in the curriculum design itself. And I think we should take this point as a point that we can be proud of, that India is much better in engaging this kind of an awareness to all communities as such. So I just wanted to add this point to you, to whatever you are saying. That was quite relevant to today's situation. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Thanks for that insight. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're on mute, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Gayatri ma'am, for your insights regarding this talk. And
Thank
anybody
you.
else wish to interact with Sunil, sir? Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, Sunil, sir, for sparing your valuable time. I'm so sorry in this morning itself. Since this morning, I'm disturbing you a lot.
No, absolutely fine. It was my honor. I have a mission to share this awareness across 50 universities. So far, I have covered 22 in India. Mostly, I'm covering on the northern parts. So I'm very honorable to have this opportunity. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request, with the permission of chair and co-chair, shall we start the next presentations, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, 20, the number bearing ICCEP 2025050020, they requested us that they have some class now and they are able to present by 2 p.m. ma'am. So I am moving to the next presentation, ICCEP 2025050021, under the title Disaster Resilience and Sustainable Development. Dr. Narayanan Sangam, Associate Professor, Vigyan Institute of Technology and Science, Telangana, India. Is Narayan sir available? Dr. Narayan sir available? Snehita available? Next presenter, Snehita. The next presentation, ICCP 2025050224, Bhavana Alaparti and Co.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ah,
ma'am.
Thank you so much. Under the title, Environmental Factors Driving Antimicrobial Resistance, a Post-Pandemic Public Health Challenge. Over to you, Bhavana, for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So, good morning to everyone. Myself, Bhavna from KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada. And I'll be presenting about how environmental factors are making antimicrobial resistance worse, especially after COVID-19 pandemic. So, we often hear that antimicrobial resistance is caused by overuse of antibiotics in hospitals, but some things like polluted water, poor waste disposal, and use of antibiotics in farming also play a major role. So during pandemic, antibiotic usage has been increased a lot, and waste management was stressed. So this made the environmental side of antimicrobial resistance more serious. So I'll be talking about how the environment is involved in antimicrobial resistance and how can we control it. So coming to the key environmental drivers of antimicrobial resistance, initially the first one is hospital and pharmaceutical waste. So the waste released from these hospital and pharmaceutical factories contain high level of antibiotics, which leads to release into the environment. So this encourages the bacteria to become more resistant. So in a study conducted in Hyderabad showed that the pharmaceutical waste had antibiotic concentration up to 1,000 times higher than safe levels. And also the second factor is agricultural practices. So farmers often add antibiotics in animal feed to promote the growth and prevent diseases. So uh, in a study showed that 70% of antibiotics are used in livestock, and up to 80% of these are excreted entering to the environment. And the third factor is aquaculture and fish farming. So fish farms use antibiotics to prevent disease in densely populated fish tanks. So and the food FAO also notes that the improper use of antibiotic in aquaculture contributes to the spread of antimicrobial resistance. And also the fourth one is inadequate sewage treatment, wastewater treatment, and also sanitization issues, and also climatic changes. So rising temperature and also urbanization, rapid urban growth also leads to enhanced bacterial survival and spread, increasing the risk of resistance. So the main topic is about post-pandemic impact on environmental. So during COVID-19, several factors contributed to the rise in antimicrobial resistance. So among them, the first one is antibiotic overuse. Many patients received antibiotics even when not necessary. So a study by World Health Organization reported that 75% of the hospitalized COVID-19 patients were given antibiotic despite only 8% having bacterial infections. And also the second one is increased use of disinfectants. So we have seen there is more use of disinfectants during pandemic, and among that the quaternary ammonium compounds can promote cross resistance in bacteria, which leads to resistance to multiple antibiotics. And the third one is waste management challenges. So uh, there is a sudden rise in medical waste during pandemic, including masks and gloves, which leads to overwhelmed wastewater management. So disposal of this waste has introduced more resistant microbes into the environment. And also the fourth factor is disruption of antimicrobial resistance surveillance. So the healthcare system was primarily focused on COVID-19, leading to reduced monitoring of antimicrobial resistance. So this leads to the introduction of resistant strains, which has spread unnoticed. So these factors highlight the need of integrated efforts to monitor and management and antimicrobial resistance, especially for environmental sources. So One Health approach, the way forward. So to effectively combat this antimicrobial resistance, we need to adopt a One Health approach, means that recognizing that health of the humans, animals, and also environment are interconnected. So we can overcome this by strict water regulations, implement tight regulations on water discharge from waste discharge from hospitals and pharmaceutical industries, and also ban non-therapeutic antibiotic use in agriculture. So we have to prohibit the use of antibiotics for growth promotion in livestock and crops, and also upgrade the wastewater treatment facilities and environmental surveillance. We have to regularly monitor river, soil, and industrial effluents for resistance genes, and also educational awareness. Conduct training and awareness programs for farmers, healthcare workers, and policymakers. So, integrating all these strategies, we can create a comprehensive plan to tackle antimicrobial resistance. So, finally, we like to conclude that antimicrobial resistance, it's not just a medical issue, it's deeply connected to how we manage our environment. So COVID-19 has highlighted and intensified these challenges. So with an immediate and coordinated action across health, agriculture, and environmental sectors, we risk losing the effectiveness of antibiotics, which are crucial in treating infections. So adopting this One Health approach is essential to safeguard our future against the threat of these superbugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna, for your presentation. I request Dr. Gayatri ma'am, any questions to ask to Bhavna?
Yeah, Miss Bhavna, very nice, very neat, clear, and precise presentation you have given. Just I would like to add one point over here. Maybe
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
can give
Thank
some
you.
examples more on, let's say, the post-pandemic. Now that we are out of pandemic and again getting into the same kind of a situation of late. So if you can give some few more examples on how education or keeping that drive of creating that awareness and a kind of a caution that government is trying to take with respect to post-pandemic and environment and the microbial the situation that we are facing. If you can give more examples, if you can, then that will be very nice. Maybe I was looking at those examples. I wish that you can clear one or two. Maybe you will give more clarity to me, at least personally.
Yes, ma'am. Primarily, we have seen in a recent study in Hyderabad, in Neelofar Hospital, we have seen that children less than 5 years are getting more infections throughout the year, not only just in the flu seasons. So, which and also less responding to first line antibiotics. So everyone has to be aware that we have to prevent overuse or all misuse of antibiotics. Primarily, overuse is seen when even for viral infections, many of the patients without consulting doctor are using antibiotics, which leads to overuse, and also misuse of antibiotics. When an antibiotic is given for a certain period of time, the patient has to take the antibiotic for that certain period. Definitely, if we have stopped the antibiotic use in between, which leads to development of resistance of bacteria from patient side, and then from government side, along with during COVID-19 pandemic, many of healthcare systems have focused on COVID-19, and along with that, the government has more focused on waste disposal, mostly on waste disposal also.
Very
ma'am.
nice. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. Because on the issue of environment, if not we discuss about waste disposal, what else are we discussing? Very nice, Bhavna. Very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I have one question.
It's
You are attributing everything overdoses, usage of antibiotics and the COVID-19. This statement of overuse, is it after the vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines have been administered or before? Can you please elaborate on that?
Sir,
Before COVID-19 vaccines are available or after COVID-19 vaccines are available, they are administering more antibiotics. What is your
Yeah, even before COVID-19 also there is more antibiotic use, sir. But after COVID-19, this has been increased.
after COVID-19 um, injections, still antibiotics are used?
Oh, yes, sir. So, like patients are unaware of this antibiotic resistance without consulting a doctor, they are more using antibiotics even for viral flus also, sir.
I don't know, it's a new news to me, but at least in the United States, after once we have this COVID-19 vaccines, they have given us only boosters, but not any other antibiotics. And okay, before this, vaccines are developed for COVID-19, the doctors are also in a fix. They don't know, they don't have any medicines. So they have got to try something which has been used for these viruses before. So they prescribed more antibiotics.
Yes, sir.
And how can we blame them? How
So
can
we
we say?
can't. Yeah, so we can't blame healthcare system, but patients are unaware of that, and they were thinking that antibiotics were more powerful, and they are using even after COVID-19 without healthcare advice.
I understand, but
Yes.
from the doctor's point of view, if a patient comes, the doctor says, well, we don't know, we don't have any vaccine, or I don't want to prescribe antibiotics. Do you think the patient family members will keep quiet? They're
No,
going
sir.
to
Definitely,
the
they won't be
doctor.
quiet.
So how can you say it is abuse of antibiotics? And then on your slide 2, I think, the statement 1, the COVID-19 vaccines have been, antibiotics have been prescribed very heavily. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know, you may be justified, but in United States, there I am, we don't have, once we had our vaccines, even before that one, I don't know that much of the antibiotics have been used significantly. You
Yeah.
think doses? I don't know. I'm not aware.
Yeah,
In
this
fact,
scenario is in India, sir. So majorly patient awareness is important, sir. Education to patient to prevent this.
okay, I don't want to argue on that one. Okay,
Yeah. Oh, thank you, sir.
okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Narayan Sangam, sir, I think I could see here. Are you able to present your presentation now, sir? Dr. Narayan Sangam.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, madam, I am doing it. Yeah. I am going to present, madam. I am presenting.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gayatri ma'am, this presentation number is ICCEP 2025050221 ma'am, and the title Disaster Resilience Sustainable Development by Dr. Narayan Sangam, Associate Professor, Vigyan Institute of Technology and Science, Adadri, Telangana.
Welcome, sir.
A very good morning to one and all in the conference who are attending for this 2 days international conference on climate change and environmental protection. I am Dr. Narayan Sangam, an associate professor with the Vigyan Institute of Technology and Science. And I have chosen this topic of disaster resilience in sustainable development. And I have been dealing with this subject for the BTech students as an open elective So as you all know that disasters are very important to be managed at different levels, and disaster resilience is nothing but how quickly we are able to get back to normal life after any disaster, and what are the various stakeholders and what are the various options we have for the government to see that it does not, the disasters won't affect any sustainable development process. Uh, and for this reason, I have chosen why disaster resilience is so important in the sustainable development process. So disaster resilience refers to the ability or capacity of the individuals, the people and the institutions, and also the system or the organizations to quickly adapt and recover from the future disasters, which may be a natural or it may be a human activities or man-made disasters. And it is nothing but our ability to quickly get back to normal life after being affected by any disaster, and how within a very short period of time how are we able to get back. Like we have an example of Japan. After the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombarded with the atomic bomb explosion, and how quickly the Japanese people were able to adapt and recover themselves from that atomic bomb explosion by the United States of America. And they have set an example for the whole world. And when it comes to the COVID-19, India was also very resilient in quickly getting back to normal life compared to other countries who were still battling with the COVID problem even after several months and of its spread. So India has also shown more resilience towards COVID-19 and how we were able to quickly adapt and recover from COVID-19, as it has set an example to the other countries of the world that we can do it if we have the initiative and we have the we have the facilities to overcome the disaster, and we have all the measures to overcome the disaster within a quick, short period of time. Now, when it comes to sustainable development, it is the type of development which is very important, keeping in mind the needs of future generations, because we cannot waste our existing resources. And if we waste all our existing resources and if all the resources are exhausted, then the future generations cannot survive. So at the same time, we should see that the present generations are also not devoid of any resources, and they are also utilizing the
Sorry to
existing
disturb you, sir.
resources.
Narayan sir, sorry to disturb you. Your slides are not moving, sir.
Yeah, yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Disaster resilience in sustainable development, it is a very crucial concept which is bridging the environment, social and economic stability, wherein if any disaster occurs, the stability with respect to economy or the stability with respect to environment and the social life is going to be affected. And that is the reason why we need to have the capacity to withstand and recover from the disaster with, quickly, so that it does not have more damage on the various components or the elements of risk uh, existing in a particular area. And it is a multidimensional approach wherein you are able to test the ability of the system, community, or individual to predict, resist, and respond and recover from the damage which has been caused by the disaster. And there are some components of disaster resilience wherein we have the urban infrastructure, early warning systems, the improved land use and urban planning. And all these components are very essential to be dealt with at the pre-disaster stage in order to increase our resilience towards the future disaster. And these have to be, there is the integration is required for all these practices, like agricultural practices. Sustainable agriculture needs to be done. We need to have the building codes to see that the infrastructure is not affected, and the infrastructure design, like flood earthquake resistant buildings and the flood shelters or cyclone shelters, are designed in a proper manner so that the disaster should not affect these structures. And we also need to have monitoring of the early warning systems for effective resilience. post-disaster. And these are the various elements of the resilience framework, where is the context, disturbance, and capacity, wherein we should first know what is the resilience we are looking for, and whether it is the resilience of the community, whether it is the resilience of the infrastructure, or whether it is the resilience of by the government, or whether it is the resilience of the economy, or whether it is the resilience of the environment. So we need to see all these components which are related to these disaster resilience, protecting people, protecting the social and cultural life, protecting the infrastructure, and also measures for faster recovery, and which also include some government policies, and should be there in place for all these measures. And we need to protect the coastal areas, we need to protect the flood zones, we need to have the proper land use practices, and we also need to restrict the illegal usage of the environmental resources and the other resources which may affect the disaster resilience and sustainable development. And there are different types of resilience, wherein we have the financial, strategic, organizational, and operational resilience, and technological resilience. And resilience building is one of the important strategies wherein we integrate the sustainable development goals, like which are already mentioned in the strategies for sustainable development, wherein the government, the private sector, the civil society, and the organizations must come together to develop the strategies and implement and monitor for a better resilience. And these are the various, this is the community disaster resilience. Community plays a very important role in disaster resilience, and we need to train the people, the local people, increase the volunteers for the relief and rescue operations, and we need to have the collaboration between the stakeholders, and we need to have the social connectivity, as well as we need to have the local knowledge of the local area where the disaster is frequently occurring, and we need to have a very effective communication and understanding between the government and the people or community. And global awareness is also required, and the capacity building, the resources, what are the existing resources and how best we have to use these resources to reduce the negative impact and increase our ability to face the future disaster. And we need to continuously monitor the progress, and we need to see that the sustainable practices are put in place for better resilience. And we need to also have the resilient research facilities, wherein we need to have the risk management, risk assessment studies, the emergency response plan. We need to also have the fire protection. We need to have the structural resilience. We need to have the resource allocation, and also we need to have the assessment of the damage. For all these research studies have to be done in particularly in the frequently disaster areas or regions of frequent disaster occurrences, so that we can be more resilient for any future disaster in those areas. And we need to understand the hazards and risks. We need to have some governance mechanisms, and we have to be prepared for the response and recovery in a proper manner, so that we can get back to normal life within a short period of time. We need to strengthen the law. We need to see that the policies are implemented, and all the mitigation measures are strictly implemented and monitored by the various authorities at district level, state level, and national level, to see that the sustainable developmental process is not hampered due to any future disaster. And there is a balance between the resilience and the sustainable developmental process. The future aspects of this is we need to have a community-based approach, and the recent tools of AI can be used, artificial intelligence, for real-time monitoring and we can have some engagement in the resilience building investments and effective implementation of sustainable development can be possible. And the challenges are there. Some challenges are there wherein we need to have a cross-sector collaboration, and with the limited resources available, there are more challenges to be faced, and we need to focus mainly on strengthening the resilience with the community as well as with the governance, uh, especially compared to the other components of the disaster resilience. So community resilience and government governance resilience is more important to in this process. And it is very important to invest today in the resilience and sustainable development activities, because it will enable long-term growth of the nation, and it is one of the very, very important elements of uh, the disaster resilience and sustainable development process. Thank you one and all for patient listening. Any queries are there, I will be able to.
Thank you so much, sir. Over to Chairperson ma'am, Dr. Gayatri ma'am.
Dr. Sangam sir, quite
Yes.
an interesting presentation, but maybe in that flow, we couldn't see the slides. That is one point. And if you can mention a few, again, I would always emphasize more on examples. I don't know why I get stuck there. If you can please give one or two examples of crisis management, because environment resilience comes only when we are able to manage things proper. Whether it is, if you can give examples from any sector or from any kind of a sphere, that's fine. But if you are able to give one or two examples, that would be better, sir.
Yeah, crisis management is when the disaster occurs, and immediately we need to carry out the relief and rescue operations. And this NDRF team, preparedness of NDRF teams, and the NGOs and the social workers and the local community. Here, community participation becomes very, very important in mitigation, response, as well as post recovery. So we need to be prepared with this preparedness levels have to be tested for this. With respect to the NDRF, NGOs, social workers, and the local community to take care of any crisis which may occur suddenly, immediately, without any notice.
Yeah,
Like
crisis itself
flood
means,
shelter
yeah.
or cyclone shelter or earthquake resistant buildings. And in spite of all this, we need to have the immediate evacuation of people, and immediate relief measures have to be provided to them. So that the risk or the damage or loss will be reduced to a greater extent.
Yeah, the loss can be mitigated, one point, and how fast we are able to. Now, that's where the resilience part comes in, isn't it? So,
Yes,
how fast we will be able to lift ourselves up from the kind of a bottom that we have already touched because of the disaster or because of the crisis that has
for
just
this
come upon
proper
us.
communication networking has to be done with the community and the government, and also with all the various authorities at district level, state level, national level. They have to be the communication here becomes more important. If the recovery has to be done faster, or the relief and rescue operations need to be faster. So with good communication network, we need to have first to see the transportation communication network, very important. Accessibility also becomes very important. And communication and transportation network, especially in rural areas where some areas are not accessible. So this has to be done in the initial stages to see that the mitigation measures are taken up, so that it will not be difficult to carry out the operations, crisis management activities immediately after the disaster, and resilience, we can quickly get back to normal life.
So another small point, sir. Since you said that you are taking up this subject as an elective in your college, so
Yes.
do you think that this is this kind of a connect between the government and the society, which lands up in crisis, and that's where the government takes up any kind of an action, is properly done? I mean, the interface is properly there, or the gap is properly bridged do you think with the kind of a study that you have done, and also taking up lectures or this kind of a curriculum design that you have done for your institution has really helped a lot? Can you please tell something on that, sir?
Yeah, I see there are some gaps existing still. Several gaps are existing between the government and the community, and these gaps have to be reduced, because if you see, whenever a major disaster occurs, the damage or loss is more than what it could have been reduced, the damage or loss. Generally we observe more loss or damage even today, and it is on the part of the government to be more strict and strictly implementing the laws and policies, and strict implementation and monitoring. Most important, the monitoring of the mitigation measures, whether they are taking place or not, and also the equipments, whether they are functioning properly or not. And every state we need to have this forecasting early warning systems, and we need to also be prepared for the relief and rescue operations with the teams in each and every district, even though they may be a small number, but we need to have that. The gaps are existing, but these gaps can be reduced uh, if government takes it in a more positive way, and considering the lives of the people.
Okay.
I have two questions. Unfortunately, the disasters, I mean, theoretically, what we have to be prepared for everything, we have to do this, government has to do, that is fine on the paper. But disasters, they don't come with
Yeah.
giving a notice.
Yeah.
And there are two types of disasters. A
Yeah.
simple, I don't know which you are referring. I have the second question for the second. The first one is, look at that. There is a small movie. That movie, some actors came or something, the mob, and then a lot of people died. This is in a way a disaster.
A man-made one.
Sorry?
Yeah. Man-made
This is the-
disaster.
That's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
man-made
Yeah.
disaster.
Man-made
Yeah.
disaster, that's right. And same thing, yesterday, I think some club won cricket match in
Yes,
Bangalore.
yes.
Bangalore.
IPL.
11
Yeah.
people died. Yeah.
So
Yes.
is it, who is responsible? The public, they don't have a role in this one. See, government has to make this, police has to put that one, throwing blame onto others. I mean, nowhere in your talk said
No, sir.
people have their own responsibility. They have to realize. And
Sir, I
immediately,
agree to what you say, but as far as these stampedes or any such man-made disasters, especially what happened during IPL recently, I definitely say that the government should have taken enough measures, because being the so much of population crowd being there, and they should have taken some measures to control the crowd, and they should have definitely the government, the state government is definitely responsible for not taking the mitigation measures, which otherwise would have reduced the loss of life and other damage or injuries to the people. Definitely, government has to play a role there, and it is the responsibility of the government. There is no way that the government can escape from this. Even
no,
deaf
for
people are okay. People responsibilities are also okay, but it so happens that in a large crowd, if we are unable to move, if the gates are closed, how can you move out and protect yourself? If the accessibility is not there for you to save yourself, that is the responsibility of the government to provide accessibility to people to move out from the zones or danger areas. How can they close the gates and ask the people to move out? Yeah.
Well, anyway, the Okay, coming back to the other not man-made, the Fukushima nuclear reactor disaster in Japan.
Yes, sir. Ukraine, Fukushima.
I have been to Sendai, and I saw during that time before. I have been to Sendai before the nuclear disaster and afterwards also. It's a huge disaster. People almost, it is like a huge tsunami infested created this one. Japanese are more disciplined. That's what the point I'm trying to bring. It is the role of the public, individuals is also important to attribute. It is not simply the government. It's a bloody movie. Some actor came, stupid fellow, he came, so there is a lot of more, and people died. Do you think it is the government will be policing you for every small little bit this and that? I mean, that's the point I'm saying. People, in all these theories, they have to mention individual responsibility is a primary requirement for any sort of disaster resilience. If you
Yeah,
want to create
awareness. The government is responsible again for creating awareness among the people that if you are not taking care of yourself, it may lead to the loss. So again, it comes on the government to create awareness among the people. If you are saying that only government cannot be held responsible, again, it is the responsibility of the government to create awareness among the people and provide them sufficient information regarding
I don't
situation
I,
and also the possibility how they will be able to face the situation, what they need to do if such situation arises.
well, I agree to disagree with you, but I don't want it. If everything we attribute to the government is really wrong.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Request Dr. Bhartijyoti ma'am, do you wish to have any interaction with the presenter, ma'am? I request Dr. Bhartijyoti ma'am. The next presentation we can go. Yes, ma'am. Could you please speak, ma'am? Not in message. If you want to speak, you please speak, ma'am. Okay. So let us move to the next presentation. The number bearing ICCEP 202505025 under the title Role of Education in Environmental Protection, Fostering a Sustainable Future by Mr. Avinash SM, HOD, Department of Commerce from Karnataka, Bangalore, Karnataka. Is Avinash sir available here?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please, sir. Please present your speech.
Hello, ma'am. Myself, Avinash.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, ma'am. Now, I am presenting the role of education in environmental protection, fostering a sustainable future. I straight away go for what are the educational approaches and implementation, like schools and universities. Okay, so first one is curriculum, like so environmental teams. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Are you going to present any slides or only orally you are?
No, orally, ma'am. Sorry.
Could you please say your problem, sir, to the gathering, because somebody must know.
Because yeah. So because I'm actually I'm in the this one PhD entrance exam.
Yeah.
So I asked the permission because
Yes.
of the schedule I came out.
But it has to be known by the chief guest and chairperson and co-chairperson also. That's why I asked you.
Yeah. That is the problem, ma'am. So back actually they have scheduled 11:30 because my request they have given 10 minutes to 15 minutes time to me.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Again,
Please.
have to go back. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
environmental themes should not be confined to a single subject but integrated across the curriculum. The court in India, the Supreme Court directives has to let the environmental studies become a compulsory subject, but its effective implementation and interdisciplinary waiving remaining crucial. That is related to then a field trip to local ecosystem, nature camps, practical experiments on pollution measurements, waste audits, and social gardening projects like the eco clubs in Karnataka that often involve tree planting and nurturing gardens like that. Then same thing, students engaged in a real world environmental projects such as developing a school recycling programs, conducting local environmental surveys, or designing renewable energy solutions and all. At the same time, teachers also having some responsibilities like equipping the educators with the knowledge, skills, and the tools to effectively teaching environmental concepts and inspire action. This includes training in interdisciplinary approaches and fostering their own environmental literacy. At the same time, establishing and supporting students-led eco clubs also in schools and universities to organize environmental activities, awareness campaigns, and conversation projects in campus themselves can serve as living laboratories for sustainable practices. Then at the same time, informal and non-formal education also is there. So community outreach programs, public awareness campaigning through local media, street plays, workshops, and exhibition organization by NGOs, local government bodies, and educational institutions. Then providing accessible learning opportunities about local biodiversity, ecosystems, and environmental challenges. Um, then citizen science initiatives also is there engaging the public in data collections and monitoring of local environmental indicators like water quality and breed counts and all. So fostering a sense of ownership and scientific literacy. And then role of media and technology. So in that, documentaries and online courses, social media campaigning, then educational apps can reach a wider audience and promote environmental learning outside traditional classrooms and religious and cultural institutions, leveraging traditional knowledge systems and cultural values that emphasize harmony with nature to promote environmental stewardship. And what are the challenges I'm going to tell now? Then, so curriculum overload and perceived low academic values. Environmental education is sometimes viewed as a add-on subject or on a lesser academic importance compared to core subjects, leading to insufficient time allocation and lack of indicated resources. Then lack of trained educators. Many teachers may lack specialized training in environmental science or the skills required for experimental and action oriented environmental education. Then resource constraints, limited funding, lack of adequate teaching materials, and insufficient infrastructure like science labs, outdoor learning spaces, and all, particularly in rural schools and all. And then dominance of rote learning, a continued emphasis on rote memorization over critical thinking and problem solving in habits, and the developments of true environmental literacy. Then disconnect between theory and the practice. Environmental concept taught in a classroom often remaining abstract, failing to connect with the students' daily lives and local environmental uh, reality. Then measuring impact, difficulty in quantitatively measuring the long-term impact of environmental education on behavior changes and environmental qualities. Last one is local context speci- specificity. While national policies exist, tailoring environmental education counted to the specific environmental challenges and cultural context of drivers reasons like Uppinangdi. So that is our area. So I have gone through these things and all. So I observed that one can be challenging. So for example, addressing issues related to rubber plantation or river pollution specific to the Netravati river in Uppinangdi requires localized context and examples and all. Then opportunities, strongly policy framework. India has a constitutional mandate and Supreme Court directives for environmental education, providing a strong foundation for implementation. Then Karnataka's diverse ecosystem, including the Western Ghats, offer immense opportunity for place-based learning and integrating indigenous environmental wisdoms. Then increasing public awareness about climate change and local environmental issues, driven by the media and youth activism, create a receptive environmental for environmental education. Then digital learning platforms and environmental monitoring tools can enhance the reach and effectiveness of environmental education. Then numerous environmental NGOs in Karnataka are engaged in grassroots environmental education and conservations, offering valuable partnerships for formal institutions. The last one is leveraging local opportunity, knowledge, and practice, especially in agriculture and resource management, can enrich environmental education. I'm going to conclude that. So, education is not merely an transmission of facts, but a transformative process that shapes individuals, communities, and societies in the context of environmental protection. Education serves as the bedrock upon which sustainable practice, responsible citizenship, and a harmonious relationship with nature can be built. By fostering environmental literacy, nurturing critical thinking, and promoting pro-environmental behaviors, education empowers individual to become active agent of change. To fully harness the potential to education in environmental protection, particularly in religion like Karnataka and Uppinangdi, the is the recommendations and all it included, ma'am. So here also, should I uh, read that one? Recommendation?
No issues, sir.
No.
Yes, ma'am. Over to chair and co-chair for any interaction or any questions to the presenter.
That's really great, Avinash, sir. You must be a really diehard on soul and body. Yeah, because having a PhD exam viva that you have to face and then be here presenting yourself is not a small thing, and definitely we have to appreciate you personally, and also giving such kind of an opportunity, a chance for you. I really have to really thank Aruna ma'am, because she's someone who's a superwoman, who has given you that kind of a privilege to be both the sides. Yeah, you know, you're able to manage it well, but she has given you the opportunity. So both of you have to be very thankful to Aruna ma'am, who has given this. Coming to your point, I do not want to bother you much because I know how your mindset would be. So you're a very good talk that you have given. Maybe some more examples and some more citation you can give next time when we meet in another conference. Let's meet.
Sure, ma'am. I will do that. Yeah.
All the best to you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
In this connection, I used to say one word, ma'am. Actually, sir is suffering a lot since last 5 to 6 days. Ma'am, how to present, because my exam has been scheduled on the day only like that.
Ma'am.
Suffering a lot. And today also morning he called me and he asked that, ma'am, shall I join by afternoon like that? Okay, sir, I said. But again, he had messaged me just now. Whatever it may be, sir, I would like to congratulate for you for your interest also, and all the very best for getting your
Okay,
PhD
ma'am.
admission in
Thank you.
as you wish. Thank you so much,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Anything else from Srinivas sir? Srinivas Rao sir?
I was wondering, is he standing near a temple or what? That is what was my attention was in that direction. Is it
Yeah.
a temple or where from he gave this presentation?
So, sorry, sir, it is in Karnataka. That is from actually. Sorry, sir.
Go ahead, you were saying something.
Hello, sir.
Where
Yes,
you
sir.
have stand that, sir? Sir is asking.
Yeah. So near Hampi University, that is Vijayanagara.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hampi
University
University.
premises. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, because when I saw, my attention was all those things, whether it is a temple or something.
Yeah. There, that is very nice, sir. That is Hampi University, no? So they're built it like temple. Yeah, that is very nice.
We also can see now, sir, if you could able to switch on your video once again.
Yeah, ma'am. I'll show, ma'am. I'll show. See, ma'am.
Oh, I see. Okay, good.
Yeah, like that.
In location wise, is this how far is this to the actual fort or whatever it is that
So
Krishna?
Yeah, it will take from Bangalore around 4 to 5 hours, sir. From Bangalore.
No. Oh, in Hampi,
Yeah.
Vijayanagara, up to that there is a Shiva temple, right?
Yeah, sir.
How far? Let's say
from here only. Yeah, from here only. It will take half an hour, sir. Only that much.
Okay, because I visited the temple, so
Yeah, right. It is only half an hour. It will take, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
It is
That's
very
good.
nice, sir. Okay.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All the very best for your exam, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks.
Now, with this, we can conclude the technical session 4 of today's first session, ma'am. Thanks a lot, Dr. Gayatri, ma'am, and Dr. Bharatajyoti, ma'am, to be as a chair and co-chair. You are the persons all the way, like you are cooperating me and encouraging me a lot, and you are giving your utmost support to me whenever I ask. All of you never said no. That I could see. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's because of God's grace. I'm having all of you. And all the times, Srinivasarao also remembers you, ma'am, Gayatri, ma'am. Whenever we have a talk or we have a message, your name will be there in that. So that much you had occupied a place in the mind of Dr.
I'm humbled.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you.
With the permission of all the dignitaries here, we can go for the next technical session because I had requested the next speaker to join a little bit earlier, and sir also joined. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Dr. Bir Abhimanyu Kumar, sir, Associate Professor, Environmental Education, DEE, National Institute of Education, NCERT, New Delhi. Sir is acting as a keynote speaker of this session, and he is about to chair the coming technical session also. My heartfelt warm welcome to you, sir, Dr. Bira Abhimanyu Kumar, sir. Over to you, sir, for your presentations. I request Dr. Bira Abhimanyu Kumar, sir, for your talk.
That's why timing now.
Sir is having some technical issues, so sir is asking some time to do his presentation and talk. In this connection, Jayarajan sir, are you able to give your talk now, or we can take
Yeah,
some?
sure, ma'am. I'm ready.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I wish to call upon our another dignitary and like heart, brain and kidney, whatever it may be of all Sidvi Foundation, Dr. D. Jayarajan sir, Associate Professor, Department of Medical Lab Sciences, Royal School of Medical and Allied Sciences, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati, Assam. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time, because I know your busy schedule. Even though you had spared your valuable time with us, we are all waiting to hear from you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Just wait, ma'am. Yes, I
Yeah,
open.
please. No issues.
Is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Okay. So thanks for the opportunity to Dr. Unamani, ma'am, the founder of City Foundation, and she was like my elder sister, and I'm just traveling with her for the past 5 years along with her. So I once again thank for this opportunity. The biomedical waste management and environmental challenge. I think the topic will be very apt to discuss in these conferences. So myself, Dr. Jayarajan, and I'm an associate professor in the Department of Medical Lab Technology, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati, Assam. So what is biomedical waste? I want to crisp my presentation as we are already running out of time. So the biomedical waste is any waste generated during the diagnosis, treatment, or immunization of human beings or animals during the research activities. So we can classify the biomedical waste into two categories. One is non-hazardous. The remaining thing is biohazardous. The non-infected plastics, cardboard, packaging material, and paper all comes under non-hazardous, whereas the biohazardous are further classified into infectious waste and non-infectious waste. So I have listed out the infectious waste and non-infectious waste. In the infectious waste, it includes the anatomical waste, microbiological waste, and waste from the isolation wards, wounds, apps, blood and body fluids, dressing cloths like that. And in the non-infectious waste, radioactive waste will be there, discarded glass waste will be there, chemical waste will be there, cytotoxic waste is there, and incinerated waste is there. So these are the various categories of infectious and non-infectious wastes. Now, actually, among the total waste, 75 to 90% of the waste will be non-hazardous. Only 10 to 25% of the waste will be hazardous. But when these hazardous of 10 to 25% of hazardous waste, when it mixed with 75 to 90% of the non-hazardous waste, then the total waste become an hazardous one, that it will be a great threat to the society. So now coming to what are all the sources of the biomedical waste? So the source where the biomedical waste are generated are the hospitals, private clinical laboratories, mortuaries, blood banks, veterinary hospitals, slaughterhouses, research organization, blood collection centers. Now, what are the hazards from the infectious waste? The infectious waste contains the pathogenic organisms that may enter in the human body through even a small puncture or abrasion or cut in the skin through mucous membrane or either through by inhalation. The best example is that hepatitis B and C viruses. And similarly, bacteria which are all resistant to antibiotics and chemical disinfectant may also contribute to the hazards created by poorly managed waste. Now, coming to the hazards from chemical and pharmaceutical waste. So many of the chemicals and drugs used in the healthcare are toxic, genotoxic, corrosive, flammable, reactive, explosive, or shock sensitive. And these may cause intoxication. Then these are the hazardous, the radioactive waste. These are the type of disease caused by radioactive waste is determined by the type and extent of exposure. It can range from headache, dizziness, and vomiting to more serious problem. As it is genotoxic, it may also affect the genetic material of our human cells. Now, coming to the management of the biomedical waste and what are the issues we are facing in that. The major issue in biomedical waste management in many hospitals is unsatisfactory and it is a non-haphazard manner. As some hospitals are disposing of waste in a haphazard, improper and indiscriminate manner. So the lack of segregation practices that results in mixing of the hospital waste along with the general waste, making the whole waste become an hazardous. A bag which is not tied securely in scattering leads to the scattering of biomedical waste. So the biomedical waste further scattered in and around hospital invites the flies, insects, rodents, cats, and dogs that are responsible for spread of communicable disease like plague and rat disease. Additional hazard includes the recycling of disposables without even being washed in. That happens in so many small hospitals and polyclinics. The biomedical waste, if not handled properly and within the stipulated time period, could strike the form of fatal infection. Even in some hospital, there is no proper training of the employees in hazardous material management and waste minimization aspect. Why? Because most of the employees in the ground level, they are hired by the back-end employment, back-end. So they don't have that much of proper training in handling the hazardous waste and all. That leads to the spreading of the biomedical waste and indicates the lack of even basic awareness among the hospital personnel regarding the safe disposal of biomedical waste. So in 1998, the biomedical waste rules were implemented. In accordance with these rules, rule number 4, it is the duty of every occupier, that is the head of the organization, whether it may be a superintendent, dean of the hospital, to take all steps to ensure the waste generated is handled without any adverse effect to human health and environment. So now we come to the handling of the biomedical waste. So we can discuss under 7 categories. First one is characterization, quantification, segregation, storage, transportation, treatment, and disposal. I hope my slide is moving.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible? And
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
okay.
Please moving, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
So there are just the biomedical waste has the 10 categories from category 1 to category 10, starting from human anatomical waste to the chemical waste. So there is anatomical waste, animal waste, discarded medicine, short waste, and soil waste is there, cytotoxic drugs is there, microbiological waste is there. Then these are the several containers utilized in an hospital to segregate the medical waste. The various colors of trays are there, dustbins are there to collect the medical waste, and they will segregate based on that. Now the yellow color bins is used to collect the nasopharyngeal swab, also oropharyngeal swab, then N95 mask and 3-layer mask, disposable personal protective equipments, cotton swabs, contaminated tissue and paper. The blue color bins, all glass items will be collected in the blue color bag bin. The red color bin is used to collect the plastic coverall suites, face shield, goggles, gloves, like that. And the green color is used to collect the non-infectious waste, paper, plastic cover of kits, consumables, remains of foods. And the white color is collected to needles, shops, and metallic implants. Now, how the biomedical waste is transported? So bags are the segregated waste are tightly weighed and checked to ensure that waste is not recirculated or deviates from its designed path of movement. The trolleys are attached with the radio frequency identification tags for monitoring the trolley movement. And this is to ensure that the transportation of waste is as per the designed path. Now, as per the guidelines, no untreated biomedical waste is to be kept stored beyond a period of 48 hours in a hospital. And these are the various methods how to treat and dispose the waste material. Now, coming to the treatment and disposal, how the waste materials are treated and disposed. The first one is the incineration, chemical disinfection, wet and dry treatment, wet thermal treatment, screw feed technology, microwave radiation, land disposal, municipal disposal sites, sanitary landfills, and inertization. So incineration is nothing but the waste material will be directly incinerated through fire. Whereas there will be two processes, the double chamber incineration will be there and single chamber incineration will be there. Then chemical treatment is sodium hypochlorite is sometimes used for removing the liquid waste like blood, urine, stools, or hospital sewages. Autoclave is used for microbiological waste or blood and blood products, body fluids, and used in shops. And there is a new technology called a screw feed technology, where a non-burn dry thermal disinfection process in which waste is shredded and heated in a rotating angle. So by this method, the waste is reduced by 80% in volume and by 20 to 25% in weight. And we are also using microwave radiation nowadays. Then coming to the land disposal, how the waste are disposed in the land, either through open dumps or sanitary landfills. Infectious waste should not be deposited on or ground open dumps. The risk of either people or animals coming into contact with the infectious pathogen is obvious. So finally, we come to the inertization. It involves the mixing of waste with the cement and other substances before it is disposed in order to minimize the risk of toxic substances contained in the waste migrating into the surfaces of water or groundwater. So the mixing proportion will be the 65% of the medical waste, 15% of lime, and 15% cement, and 5% water. So what are the issues in the management of biomedical waste is the adequate attention is not given, indiscriminate disposable methods, then lack of segregation, then unsurplus recycling, and there is in some hospital there is no treatment and disposable facilities are available. So in what are the things we have to follow? So follow the regulation, use reusables, prescribe safe recycling. So minimize the waste, awareness and education, management monitoring mechanism should be there. So these are the action points to be taken. And there will be some penalty and punishment by the law. So utilization of spare capacity of existing incinerators and other facilities in the hospital by small units. Incinerators in the private sector industries for treatment of hospital waste. academic curriculum. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and your suggestion and questions are welcome. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. And I make my profound thanks to Dr. Arna Kumari for giving me this opportunity in this international conference on environmental climatic change.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful presentation. I request any one of the participants side or guests, chairs and co-chairs, if any interaction, if you wish to have with Dr. Jayarajan sir, it is welcome. Thank you so much, sir. Jayarajan sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Now I request the next presentation with the permission of the chairperson of this session, Dr. Veerabhimanyu Kumar sir. Sir, shall I announce the presentation, sir? Meanwhile, you'll be getting some.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So the presentation goes with the number ICCEP 2025050227 under the title Climate Resilient Water and Sanitation Systems, a Pathway to Global Health Equity by Singuluri Monica and Co. from KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. Is Monica ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Monica Singluri, third year PharmD student at KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada. Today, my topic is about climate resilient water and sanitation system, a pathway to global health equity. First, let us imagine a child in a remote village drinks water from a stream contaminated after a flood. The next day, the child fighting for life from cholera. This is not a story. This is reality for millions. Water, sanitation, and hygiene were critical for public health, but climate change is pushing these systems to bring. Climate change brings floods, droughts, rising sea levels. These disrupts our water sources. This happens in poorer region, leading to loss of access to safe water and hygiene conditions. This sets the foundation for why we need climate resilient water systems. Now, let's see how climate change disrupts water systems. First, droughts. They reduce water supply, forcing people to drink from unsafe source. Floods. They destroy toilets, contaminate drinking water, and spread diseases. And rising seas, they cause salt intrusions, making groundwater undrinkable. And urban heat, it degrades sanitation systems by encouraging pathogen growth. These are not distant problems. They are happening now in cities, rural areas, and across the globe. If our infrastructure isn't climate resilient, it becomes a problem. Coming to the next slide, health disparities exacerbated by inadequate wash systems. Inadequate wash led to 8,29,000 deaths every year from diarrhea alone by unsafe water and sanitation. Most of the children under 5. Climate changes even worse these conditions. Now, to overcome this, we have innovative designs for climate resilient water and sanitation systems, which focus on natural-based solutions like wetlands, filter waste and prevent floods, composting toilets and decentralized sanitation, which reduces dependence on fragile sewer systems, and rainwater harvesting and greywater reuse are boosting water security. The key for all this is community involvement. When local lead the design process, the results are more sustainable. Now, here are the real world examples of these innovations. First, we can see Bangladesh. floating toilets and schools, maintain hygiene and education during monsoons. In Kenya, solar powered water kiosks supply clean water and empower communities. In India, community led total sanitation help people identify problems and create their own solutions. These innovation need support. We need National Climate Adaptation Plan (NAPs) that prioritize WASH. We need financing from government, climate funds, and creative models like depth for climate swaps. No one sector can do this alone. Health, infrastructure, and environment must work together. Cross-sectorial collaboration make sure water projects don't just survive climate change, but actually support community health, biodiversity, and economic growth. So, call to action. What should we do next? Invest in infrastructure that can survive floods, heat, and droughts. Include community voices in every step, planning, building, and maintaining. Integrate climate thinking into all water and health policies. WASH must become a frontline adaptation strategy, not just a development goal. I conclude with this. Water is not a luxury. Sanitation is not an optional. They are foundation of dignity, health, and opportunity. As climate change accelerate, we must act not just with urgency but with justice. Let us build water systems that are resilient, inclusive, and built to last. Because protecting water and sanitation is protecting the future for everyone and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Over to Abhimanyu, sir. Any questions to ask Monica?
No, thank you so much. She has done a wonderful presentation, and I congratulate her for that presentation. Thank you so much. Any other audience may ask?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would like to just maybe ask Monica.
Yes,
ma'am.
please. Yes, please.
Yeah, Monica, if you can, hope I'm audible.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
mentioned the word Kenya. I have been in Kenya, Nairobi, for more than 4 years. So could you please elaborate another way of telling us how this awareness Kenya or Nairobi has adopted? Maybe one or two examples would be sufficient, Monica.
Yes, ma'am. Even in India, ma'am, community-led total sanitation, ma'am, it helped where community came together and they identified the problems and create their own solutions. And in Bangladesh, floating schools and litterings ensured access to education and sanitation during monsoon floods. It helped to prevent diseases and maintain learning in remote and water logged communities.
Okay, but where is the mention of Kenya? You talked about Bangladesh, you are talking
Yes, ma'am.
about India.
In Kenya, solar-powered water kiosks, it drawed and distribute clean water using renewable energy. By improving water access while reducing reliance on fossil fuels and empowering communities through local management and maintenance.
So how about the economic resources that the country is getting? Okay, Monica is not there. No problem.
Monica ma'am is asking something. Have you got
Ma'am?
the question?
No
No,
problem.
ma'am.
No problem. It's okay. It's okay, Monica. I was just.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Abhimanyu, sir, shall I go with another presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. We can invite the other presentation.
Yes. I request Vinila Nirmala. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So the next presentation bearing the number ICCEP 2025050229. The title Green Biotechnology for Sustainable Disease Control Innovations in Eco-Pharmaceuticals by Nalam Vinila Nirmala from KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vinila. Today I will be discussing about green biotechnology for sustainable control, innovations in eco-pharmaceuticals. I will be discussing about how green biotechnology encompasses the application of biological systems and organisms to develop products and processes that promote environmental sustainability. Innovation solutions for a healthier planet. Coming to introduction, green biotechnology uses biological systems to create sustainable solutions in agriculture, industry, and healthcare. It aims to reduce environmental impact while improving health outcomes through eco-friendly innovations. We generally know green biotechnology refers to the use of biological techniques to develop eco-friendly, sustainable solutions for agriculture, industry, and environmental preservation. It leverages natural biological process to address critical challenges like pollution, climate change, and food security. With the help of synthetic biology and AI, green biotechnology is paving the way for efficient, scalable, and sustainable healthcare solutions. Coming to the relevance, with rising concerns about pollution, pesticides, overuse, and climate-induced health issues, green biotechnology provides sustainable solutions for disease prevention and control. Coming to the aims and objectives of this study, the main aim of this study is to explore, highlight, assess, explore the use of green biotechnology for eco-friendly disease management in health, agriculture, and industry, and to highlight the key innovations in eco-pharmaceuticals like microbial drugs and biodegradable therapies, and assess future opportunities, challenges, and ethical aspects of green biotech integration. Coming to the methodology, here the systematic review adhered to the PRISMA guidelines. PRISMA is nothing but pre-referred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. We generally know meta-analysis we use for multiple diseases for statistical technique used to comprise results from multiple independent statistical on a similar topic. In this PRISMA guidelines, which ensures transparency and reproducibility in the selection and evaluation of studies, this methodology aims to provide a comprehensive overview of the advancements in green technology, which focus mainly on eco-friendly innovations, sustainable solutions, and application across various sectors. Here, systematic review mainly on PRISMA guidelines, and the diverse search strategy includes databases like PubMed, Google Scholar, Scopus, and Web of Sciences to ensure comprehensive literature coverage. And inclusion criteria, which includes which publication like in English, and studies focusing on specifically on green biotechnology, and research articles reporting on sustainable innovations, bio-based solutions. And the exclusion criteria includes and studies which are unrelated to green biotechnology, and review articles without any original data or case studies. And publication with insufficient methodological details or non-peer-reviewed content are excluded from these studies. Coming briefly into the PRISMA guidelines, I already said PRISMA is a pre-referred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis. In this, initially I selected 142 articles across the selected database, which I mentioned before, PubMed, Scholar, and etc. In this, duplicate records were identified and removed using bibliographic management softwares like EndNote, resulting in 91 unique articles. In this, 71 full test articles were assessed for eligibility criteria. Only 17 tests are excluded from this studies. Reasons like which are not meeting inclusion criteria, insufficient data, and not relevant to green biotechnology. Finally, 54 studies included in this qualitative synthesis. Coming to the topic, initially advancement in agriculture biotechnology, I want to explain with this examples so it may matter will be conveyed effectively. We generally know green biotechnology helps make farming sustainable through GM crops. GM crops is nothing but genetically modified crops, which is engineered to resist pests, reduce chemical pesticide use, and improve yield. Like Examples for GM crops like BT cotton, which contains a gene from Bacillus thuringiensis that kills pests like bollworms, reducing pesticides, which reduce pesticide by 37% and increase profits by 68%. And by using biofertilizers means live microorganisms that enhance soil fertility. Example for biofertilizers like rhizobium bacteria, which fix nitrogen in legume roots. And by using biopesticides, naturally derived pest control agents like neem oil or BT-based sprays. And drought-resistant crops. Drought-resistant crops means which crops are engineered to survive water scarcity. Example, HB4 wheat, which is developed in Argentina and US, which increase yields and profits. GM crops may only reduce pesticide use, but also resulted in 22% increase in yield and 68% rise in farmer profits. Coming to the next topic, innovations in industrial biotechnology, exploring sustainable solution for a greener future. It provides eco-friendly alternatives in manufacturing like bioplastics made from renewable sources like sugarcane or seaweed. Like example for bioplastics is PLA, polylactic acid, which is derived from cornstarch. And second one is enzymatic waste reduction, which implement enzymes in industrial process to minimize waste and energy consumption, enhancing efficiency and sustainability. Our common examples are enzymes which are used in laundry detergents, which work at lower temperatures. And third one, renewable biofuel innovation, employing fermentation technologies to produce renewable biofuels, offering a sustainable alternative to conventional fossil fuels. Example, ethanol from sugarcane or biodiesel from algae, which renewable energy from organic matter. And next topic is innovation in environmental biotechnology. Biotechnology to clean and restore the environment, which exploring strategies for sustainable pollution management. First one is microbial bioremediation. Microbial bioremediation utilizes microorganisms to effectively degrade pollutants, thus aiding in pollution management. This method has been proven effective in diverse contexts, including oil spills. Example is oil spills, which is oil-eating bacteria in marine oil spills. And second one is carbon sequestration technologies. In this, carbon sequestration technologies are critical in the fight against climate change as they capture and store atmospheric carbon dioxide, help to reduce global warming effects. Example, bacteria that precipitate carbonates in oceans, which microbes which captures and store carbon dioxide in the oceans. Third one is engineered organisms in treatment. Means engineered organisms which cleans water. Example, phototrophic biofilms, which remove nutrients and carbon. Coming to next topic, innovation in sustainable biomaterials. Exploring advances that reduce environmental impact. Example, bacterial pigments used for dyeing fabrics without any toxic chemicals. Example, exploring jacket which dyed with bacterial pigments. And bioconcrete for construction. Bioconcrete innovation which provides a building material option that reduces carbon footprint and enhance durability. A gathering lamp made with bioconcrete. Third one is polymer nanofibers in biomedicine. We generally know nanofibers are used for medicinal uses, nanofibers in drug delivery and tissue engineering, which development of functional polymer nanofibers, advanced solutions for drug delivery and tissue engineering in medicinal applications. Coming to the next topic is innovative approach in synthetic biology, exploring the lore of synthetic biology and sustainable practices, which design custom organisms to create eco-friendly products, like engineered microbes, which produce biofuels, drugs, or bioplastics. Example, modified yeast to make artemisinin, an anti-malarial drug. And CRISPR gene editing to improve crops. Example, enhance photosynthesis in rice via CRISPR technology. AI in biotech predict genetic outcomes which optimize production. AI decide microbial pathways for green manufacturing. And coming to next one, environmental impact reduction. By utilizing synthetic organisms, industries can lower their carbon footprint and minimize waste, promoting a cleaner environment. Future trends. These are the main exploring AI and policies which influence sustainability. Impact of AI. AI which revolutionize green biotechnology by enhanced research development process, making them more efficient and effective. Evolving policy frameworks like government policies which are increasing supporting self-sufficient practices in biotechnologies and emerging technology trends. New technologies are being integrated into green biotechnology, improving scalability and focus on sustainability. They drive towards in the core of green biotechnology, ensuring practices and collaboration within sectors like agriculture sector, industry sector, and other sectors. Coming to the results, which bar graph shows which increase in yield and decrease in pesticide by above mentioned criteria. like BT cotton, which reduces pesticide use 37%, and by GM crops, genetically modified crops, 22% increase in yield, and waste fuel management, like 95% reduction in carbon dioxide emission, and synthetic biology, 75% improvement in if we go detail in this graph, we can see biofilms which decreases nutrient removal 60%, and synthetic biology, which increases efficiency to 85%, and fuel management by using bioconcrete, which reduces carbon dioxide by 95% and 50%. And by using biopesticide, we can reduce toxicity to 70%. We already seen that BT cotton, which reduces pesticide use by 37%. Coming to the conclusion, green biotechnology is emerging as a powerful approach to tackle pressing environmental and health challenges by providing eco-friendly innovation in agriculture, industry, and environmental remediation. Its application from genetically modified crops, GM crops that reduce pesticide usage, to biodegradable plastic and advanced biomaterials demonstrate its significant role in promoting sustainability. The integration of synthetic biology and AI is enhancing the precision and scalability of green solutions. With growing global emphasis on environmental responsibility, green biotechnology is well positioned to lead the transition toward a more sustainable, efficient, and equitable future. These are the references. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Neelam Vanilaji, for making nice presentation on green biotechnology for sustainable disease control. It was a very nice presentation. You have mentioned about some enzymes which are there that can help. So can you name any enzyme that was there?
Yes, by using enzymes we commonly use in laundry. I don't know specifically which enzymes, sir.
Not the enzyme I'm asking.
Bioenzymes. I particularly don't know about specific enzymes, and
Okay, no problem, no problem. But it was a nice presentation. I will request if anybody wants to ask any question.
Thank you, Vinila. Anybody else from the audience side? Any questions to Vinila?
If there is no question, then we will request Dr. Aruna to ask another presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank
Please.
you, sir.
Is Vidya available here for your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Sir, the number bearing ICCEP 20250501 under the title Climate Sensitive Disease Management, the Role of Pharmacists in Adaptive Healthcare Systems by Vidya and Co. from KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada. Over to you, Vidya. Vidya, please share your screen. Okay, meanwhile, anybody, if you missed your presentation yesterday or today morning session, it is welcome. Anybody are there for your presentation ready now?
I think as per the list, I have not heard in the morning session K. Chandana's presentation also due if it is not done.
Actually, they are unable, sir. They are,
Okay.
program is going on at their college. So they are unable.
No issues, no, because I was just looking at the schedule actually.
Yeah. That's why I'm skipping, sir, because announcing and those people are not here. So
Anybody who is there can make a presentation.
Ma'am, is my screen is sharing?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, P. Vidya. I am here today to present our work on climate-sensitive disease management, the role of pharmacists in adaptive healthcare systems. This presentation explores how pharmacists can support the healthcare systems to adapt to the emerging challenges posed by climate changes. Climate changes is no longer a distant threat, it is a lively reality. Rising temperature and extreme weather events are affecting disease pattern globally. Pharmacists, being highly accessible healthcare professionals, are uniquely positioned to help detect, prevent, and manage the health consequences of these environmental changes. Climate changes and public health. Climate changes impact the public health in various ways. Vector-borne diseases like malaria, dengue are expanded into new regions. Respiratory conditions such as asthma and COPD are increasing due to wildfire and pollution. Heat-related illness are on the rise. Waterborne infections often follow floods. Pharmacists help address all these issues through education, medicine access, and patient counseling. The evolving role of pharmacists. Pharmacists are more than dispensers of medicines. They are frontline producers offering community outreach, contributors to diseases surveillance through tracking medicine traits, managers of medication supplied during climate distributions, and key players in ensuring community of care, especially in emergencies. Pharmacist and public health preparations. In the face of climate challenges, pharmacists play an active role in health literacy, educating patients about disease prevention and environmental risks, managing chronic illness affected by climate stressors, participating in vaccinations drives during outbreak of diseases like cholera and flu. Sustainable pharmacy practices. Pharmacy practices also contribute to environmental sustainability. Pharmacist minimum what's the role of pharmacist? Minimum waste through green practices, lead initiatives on proper drug disposal to prevent pollution and antimicrobial resistance, and advocate for environmental conscious health policies, equity and inclusions. Climate changes disproportionately affects vulnerable pollutions. Pharmacists serve these communities through flexible services, sliding scale pricing, and mobile health units. They also help build resilient communities by working with local organizations on diseases, disasters prepared, and health education. Professional development and collaboration. To address climate-related challenges, pharmacists need training in emergency preparedness and sustainable healthcare. They can contribute to health policies, engage with the governments and NGOs, and participate in interdisciplinary teams to improve healthcare outcomes. Conclusion. I conclude pharmacists are essential to build climate resilience health systems. Their accessibility, experience, and trust within communities make them vital to public health adaptation. Integrating pharmacists into national climate health strategies is no longer optional, and it's imperative. So these are the references I followed. So I concluded, we deeply thankful to Dr. Kanakadurga Devi ma'am for our experience, expert guidance, and encouragement. We also are helped today to principal and management of KVSR Siddhartha School of Pharmacy Sciences for their continued support. Thank you for all your attention. We welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Vidyaji, for such a nice presentation on climate sensitive disease management and the role of pharmacists. And we may invite any questions if anybody want to ask.
Any questions from audience side to Vidya? Okay. Sir, actually, one more presenter she requested, but she may be ready by 12:40. Ma'am, Neetu Asokan, ma'am, are you there in the meeting?
If anybody is okay, we can take if the presenter is ready.
Yeah. If anybody else wish to present whatever not coming presentations, already over presentations, if you are not able to present at your stipulated and scheduled time, it is welcome now. Anybody wish to present your paper who missed it in previous sessions?
If you don't have any presentation for this technical session, I can take my time then start.
Yes, sir. Can we have your talk, sir, now?
Yes, we can go ahead with that.
Yes, sir.
If we don't have any other presentation for this session. Can I start sharing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me try if I can do.
Heartfelt welcome to Dr. Veera Bhimanyu Kumar, sir, Associate Professor, Environmental Education, DEE, National Institute of Education, NCERT, New Delhi, for his valuable talk over here on the eve of World Environment Day today. We are very fortunate enough, sir, to listen from you, as you are a key part of this environmental education in NCERT.
I think something else has started coming.
Or you can do one thing, sir. You just send your present PPT to me. I'll present over here. You can talk from there.
Okay, let me start once again. Just give me a chance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No issues, sir. No issues. Actually, today we are somewhat faster, sir.
Is it okay? I think.
Yeah. Now it is okay, sir.
Okay. I think just come now. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for presentation. First of all, I like to give my respect to Professor A. Srinivasa Rao sir and Dr. Dixon Adam, Professor Nagbabura sir, and Professor Dr. Aruna Kumaris madam, and others, those who are the part of this important conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. As we are celebrating today the World Environment Day, it is very important occasion, and the theme of this Environment Day is also related to plastic pollution that is there in the environment. Has it come? Okay. Is it coming? It was moving, ma'am? No. Now it is okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, yes, sir. Moving, sir.
Actually, because of these two systems, I'm sometimes confused. So if we see all around us, there are so many things, so many materials which are made up of plastics. And it is rarely we can find anything all around us which is not visible with which is made of plastic, small, big, or anything. Even computers, laptop, mobiles, or in day-to-day use that we use, so many utensils, containers that are also made up of plastics. Even when we use our own vehicles, also if you see, there are some of the components are made of. So it is all around us if we look at the name called plastic things which are made of. But again, it is very sad to see we call it a wonder element because of its uses in various aspects. But at the same time, since it is non-biodegradable, it is leading to the pollution of the environment. So if we see how much plastics are produced, so throughout the world, million tons of plastics are produced every year. And if you see the sector wise, which is using these plastics, and so if you see the graph, it is packaging sector uses around 36%, textiles uses 40%, consumer and institutional products, building and construction, electronics, transportation. So different sectors are using different percentage of plastic which are produced throughout the world, and the source is also given from this which it has been taken. So if we see the graph again, we can see the global plastic production, which is increasing day by day. It started, the first plastic was discovered in the year 1917. And since then, slowly, when the world realized its importance and uses, so many materials are being used and made up of the plastics. And therefore, the consumption of production is increasing day by day. And this is old data since 2017. So again, since because of these plastics things which are there, almost 400 million tons of plastics is generated every year, I said, and more than 8 million tons of plastics is estimated to enter into the ocean every year, which is again very alarming and very serious. And it's just not entering into the oceans, it is also going into the river and other water bodies. And if we see around us on the terrestrial part also, we can see so many plastics are thrown, and we have also experienced drainage blockages because of these plastic things around us. So many cities have also experienced flood situations. So as we see in Chennai, sometimes back there was a flood-like situation because of blockage of drainage system in that area. So if we look at the plastics, again, I said a lot of plastics are being dumped into the oceans because of tourism activity, because of dumpage from other sources of the plastic. Rivers are also going to the oceans and taking the plastics and other waste material into the ocean. So since it is lighter, it can it is coming out on the ground and floating on it. You can see it in so many water bodies, in talabs also. We can see lakes there, rivers also. Near the corners we can see. So again, the serious problem is related to microplastics, which is we cannot see, but it is very dangerous for our health, for the health of the other animals, and all kinds of you see plants and animals, and for the environment also. And it is, since it is very tiny, it is the research has also indicated that it is entry into our food system. So the animals or that non-waste things consume, or through other which we eat. So again, biodiversity loss is also taking place, which is again a matter of concern for the climate change. And it is not only emitting gases because of burning of forests and other things, and that so many species are getting lost because of this. If we see, as I said, plastics are not only affecting marine animals, but on the terrestrial animals also, birds and other animals like the cows and flies and other so many animals which by mistake or because they are feeling hungry, so they also eat plastics. And some studies are also showing that the milk we get, and it has been also found in the cow's milk or some other things. But it climate change is again, as we are celebrating this, the theme of the conference is climate change and how do we control it. So plastic is again very important things in the climate change, which is affecting because of burning out the plastics, disposal of the plastic. As I said, it is very dangerous things, and burning of the plastics also emits or produces so many toxic gases which are very harmful for the plants, animals, and overall environment. So this is also a kind of danger to the environment. And if we see India's plastic consumption, it is one of the highest, 10th of the consumption in the world. And in different major countries which are using plastic are also shown in the graph. Like the highest is the United States 109, average, global average, and India's plastic challenge is rising plastic consumption, lack of waste segregation, and limited recycling infrastructure. Since as we are producing, like we are promoting in a way, the government has also tried to promote that we should segregate biodegradable, non-biodegradable waste, and but still there are so many places where segregation of the things are not taking place, and still so many plastic and other non-consumer materials are put together with the biodegradable materials. So as I said, that more than half of the plastic produced is used once. Again, it is very important. Sometimes back, our Honorable Prime Minister has started single-use plastic, and how do we try to avoid single-use plastics. So most of the plastics we can see, like pen and some other things which are of single use, and plastic polythene which are thrown after using, after we carry so many polythene bags from the market or other places, after coming to the home we throw it, like, and we don't dispose it properly. So and in order to check, and it has also the government has also taken initiative to stop or prohibit manufacturing, import, and sale of such plastic items which are of single use. But I think some more action are to be required from the public side. Government can only request and make laws, but we, the people of the country and the world, has to make such things and take some actions which can help us to prevent such things. So how do we manage the waste? Like we can go for reuse of those things which are non-degradable, or try to reduce, and we can also refuse to use plastic things. We can try to carry our bags and other things which can, and there, when we have our own reusable things, we can refuse in the market that we don't want plastic baggage or something like that. So and then we have to like reuse, recover, recycle the things, and we have to rethink how our day-to-day life is there affecting her. So in light of that, Government of India has started a life mission, and that is Lifestyle for Environment, which promotes an environment conscious lifestyle that focuses on mindful and deliberate utilization of, instead of mindless and destructive consumption. That is and in order to promote such things, youths have been pulled up, and there are so many institutions and youth who are engaged into controlling the plastic pollution and tackling the things. And as I said, some other, because of this initiative, so many other communities are also taking initiative to control plastics. And then if you see the picture, people are trying to clean up the drive, and they are also make some utilization things using the plastic which are waste. And there is a solid waste management and recycling centers and single-use plastic which can be reused or recycled or can be again used. So if you see the different kinds of plastics which are produced in the environment or through different things. So if you see the picture, there are PET plastics, polythene, tetra, ethylene, DHPH, PVC. So these are the kind of which are recycled by type. And then this is also, if we see the plastic bottles or something, we can see this type of marks on them if we notice them. So which are very difficult, easy, and manageable recyclable type. So people are taking one of the two examples are there in, like Tamil Nadu cement has started using an alternative fuel production using plastic waste, and the other person who is known as Plastic Man of India has started making roads using plastic waste. So there are so many Tetra packs are also used, which can be made by using bioplastics, and since it is lighter weight, we can also filter it out from the water by using trash barriers. So as I said, life action is there from the government side, and some of the positive things are also there, which invites community participation for controlling the I think it is over. Okay, so this is from my side, and thank you so much for giving this opportunity on this important occasion, and share my views on this important topic related to environmental pollution. Thank you so much for such a wonderful organizing program. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, this is the need of hour, and it is very apt and suiting to our present conference themes, because in this World Environment Day, there is a caption of mitigating plastic pollution. So your talk is exactly suiting with us. Thanks a lot for giving your valuable insights and inputs to enlighten all the gathering present over here. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much. And I wish any one of the audience side or participant side wish to interact with Abhimanyu Kumar, sir. It is welcome. It is a great opportunity for all of us to interact with such a great personality. So I request all of you to utilize this opportunity to interact with sir.
I think people are feeling hungry. It is going to be lunchtime. So anyway, thank you so much once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And with your permission, just one more presentation we can have, sir. And I also planning to give 1 hour lunch break, because our next session will start by 2 p.m. today. So there are no any such presentations or talks in between. So we had almost moved ahead fastly somewhat. So only one presentation she had requested, sir. If you permit, we'll enough.
Please take her. That would be better.
Yes. Dr. Neetu, ma'am, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. We are ready. We'll share the screen. Just
yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
ma'am, is the screen shared?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Oh, it is visible. Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Let's start. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Rakshita, currently pursuing my undergraduation at Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence, Kalburgi, Karnataka. Today, I'll be presenting on formulation and evaluation of diloaded biopolymer films from Trigonella phenum graecum, Ocimum basilicum, and Spirodella polyrasum mucilage, enhanced release and biodegradability through glycerol plasticized alginate immobilization. Let me give introduction about my studies. Biopolymers. The biopolymers are the natural polymers which are produced by the living organisms and plants. These are made up of repeating monomers units which are covalently bonded together. Examples are polysaccharides, polypeptides, etc. The natural polymers, these are the large macromolecules that is produced by living organisms or found generally in the environment. These are also made up of small repeating units called monomers, which are covalently bonded. Examples, starch, which is used by the plants for energy storage, and natural rubber derived from the latex. These biopolymers are non-toxic, eco-friendly, and biodegradable. It has several applications in the field of food industry, agriculture, and pharmaceutical industry. In a food industry, it is used as a packing material. In agriculture, it is used for the seed coating and slow release of fertilizer. In pharmaceutical industry, it is used as a drug delivery system and as a wound dressing and as a oral implant. So let me give you an overview of the history of biopolymers. The first known usage of these natural polymers in drug delivery system date back to early 20th century, 1930s and 50s. These natural gums were used as a tablet binders and coatings. It was then gelatinous capsule that came into the market. In 1970s, there is a report of using dextran methotrexate conjugates as drug delivery system for tumor cells. The drug delivery system is a method or a process which is used to administer a drug or a therapeutical substance into the body to achieve a specific therapeutical effect. It includes the route of administration such as oral, intravenous and topical administration, as well as the formulation, the system and the technology employed to get the drug to the particular site within the body. The drug delivery system is a formulation or the device which is used to designed to transport the drug or a therapeutical substance into the body to achieve a specific therapeutical effect. So the primary goal of the drug delivery system is to check the way how the drug releases, reaches and how it works effectively while minimizing the unwanted side effects. The examples are conventional tablets, capsule, injections, cream, novel and advanced. Now we have several emerging innovations in drug delivery systems like smart biopolymers, which release drug in response to external stimuli. And we also have mucoadhesive system and as well as nanoparticle integrated biopolymer systems. In drug delivery system, the commonly used natural polymers are polysaccharides such as alginate, chitosan, and proteins such as gelatin, albumin, and polyesters. The objectives of our study are to extract and characterize mucilage from chia seeds, fenugreek, and spirodella for polymer film synthesis, to fabricate diluted biopolymer films using different formulations, mucilage alone, mucilage with agar, and mucilage with glycerol, to immobilize the optimized films in calcium alginated beads and assess structural integrity, to evaluate the release profile of dye in stimulated gastric, intestinal, blood and saliva fluids, and to assess the biodegradability and correlate it with the plasticizer type, glycerol versus agar, and also to determine the optimal composition of sustainable controlled photodrug delivery. The methodology of our studies are the collection of natural compounds and the polymer production. We collected fenugreek, shea and spirodella polyrhiza and soaked it for 24 hours and used particular different techniques for the mucilage extraction. And we maintained three different sets, set A, set B and set C. Set A was a plain natural compound polymer and set B was with the additive glycerol and set C again with the additives glycerol and agar-agar. These are the few pictures of natural polymers what we have prepared in our studies. To see the drug release and also the disintegration of the polymers, we have prepared synthetic bodily fluids, namely gastric fluids, intestinal fluid, and saliva and blood plasma. And these are the pictures of the fluids what we prepared. The results of what we have done so far, as you can see, the drug release of shea glycerol and shea agar-agar was very fast and at a shorter period of time, followed by fenugreek glycerol and fenugreek agar-agar, and these are the few video clippings of that.
Ma'am, your audio is not there.
Yes, ma'am, audio is there. Actually, this was a video clipping which
Okay.
shows the drug release and disintegration, but we are unable to play it.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next. And we have checked for polymer disintegration. where Shia glycerol and Shia agar-agar had shown the fast disintegration with a short period of time, followed by the glycerol and fenugreek glycerol and fenugreek agar-agar. And these are the few video clippings.
Again, these are the video we had taken for showing the disintegration
And
and
drug release.
but unfortunately, it's not being played. We will move on to the next.
We have also checked the thickness of the film by using micrometry technique. Shia glycerol showed the thin film, the thin thickness, that is 12.5 micrometry. These are the few pictures of the micrometry techniques what we have used. We have attained FTI results also. For FP and CP, there was a broad peak for the OH, it is because of the presence of the polysaccharides and also the alcohol. And also we have peaks at methyl group and also the CO stretch. Whereas in Shia polymer, we have peak for again OH, and it is due to the presence of polysaccharides and presence of carboxyl group. Next, we have peak for FGP and FAP. In FAP, the broad peak at 995 wavelength is due to the presence of 3,6 anhydrogalactose, which is a agar marker. And in CGP and CAP, the broad peak is for glycosidic bond, which is a backbone of glycerol. To conclude, the films developed were flexible and had enhanced controlled drug release. The films demonstrated good biodegradability along with a good firmness, thus making it useful for both pharmaceutical applications and food packaging. The further studies include analyzing the films using SEM and tensile strength, analysis of cytotoxicity and antimicrobial studies along with the drug release using traditional herbs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rakshaji, for such a nice presentation on biopolymers. And I hope your experiments are going to be more beneficial for the society if you are able to produce such biodegradable films, and which can be a replacement for plastics. And thank you so much, and I congratulate you for such a wonderful presentation. You may invite some questions if anybody is asking, want to ask.
Thank you, ma'am,
Thank
for
you.
such a wonderful presentation. Anybody wish to ask any questions to ma'am, it is welcome. Thank you so much, sir, Abhimanyu sir, for sparing your valuable time. I know your busy schedule. Even though whenever I ask in a very short notice itself, you never said no. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And now I wish to announce a small break for a lunch. Actually, we don't have any sessions also in this stipulated time. Even though we had included in the program schedule, but some mishaps happened because of the schedules, variable schedules of all the participants and guests also. So that's why suddenly we thought to give some break of 1 hour. So almost it is 1 o'clock, and let us all meet by 2 o'clock for next sessions and award ceremony and next speakers also. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All of you, welcome back to the next session of day 2 of our conference, international conference. Jayarajan sir, shall we start, sir? Welcome back to the next session, the technical session 6 of our today international conference. For this session, I invite Dr. D. Jayarajan sir, Associate Professor, Department of Medical Lab Sciences, Royal School of Medical and Allied Sciences, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati, Assam, as a chairperson of this technical session 6. A very warm welcome to you, sir, Dr. D. Jayarajan sir. With your permission,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for the warm welcome.
With your permission, I shall invite the next presenter, bearing the number ICCEP 20250-032, role of women in environmental protection, women as social agent of environmental protection, by Mrs. Pramita. Research scholar,
Okay.
Department of History, Mangalore University, Karnataka. Ma'am, are you ready with your presentation, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pramita, research scholar, Department of History, Mangalore University, Mangalagangotri, Karnataka. Today, I am going to present the paper on the role of women in environmental protection, especially women as a social agent of environmental protection. In Indian society, has a high concern for the environment since ancient times. So there are many examples of this in our ancient literature. So in our culture, it is a worshipping of nature. So hence, our ancestors were mentally and physical. They were very strong. Today, we need to cherish this culture again. In this regard, the role of women is very important. Women who are important agents of socialization are in a position to bring changes in culture also. By studying the role of women in environmental protection, sociologically, this aspect can be analyzed in depth. Women play a significant role in natural resource management and have made significant contribution to the conservation and preservation of the environment. Women have played a crucial role in addressing some of the major environmental issues, especially in particular, women farmers who are very close to the environment have to prevent the degradation of the environment that is a part of their lives. Women, she play a very important role in managing natural resources at the family and the community level also. Women are the one who are most affected by environmental degradation. In most communities around the world, women manage forest and also agricultural land in addition to collecting water for the home, providing fuel and providing food for the family. Especially former UN Secretary Ban Ki-moon, he told participants at the Earth Institute's State of the Planet meeting at Columbia University in New York. He's told that
Women are key enablers of sustainable development, peace, and security because in many parts of the world, women are the main resource managers for their families. It is essential for women to adapt to environmental pollution and climate change. And here, Ban Ki-moon, he also said that women have a key role in bringing about reforms in this regard. So here, women's role is very important in environmental protection, and especially women's traditional knowledge and environmental protection. The environment is not just the physical environment, but the social environment is also a part of it. So therefore, we face a huge challenge to preserve and foster a healthy environment for future generation by preserving the only land which is fit for living beings. This study discusses various aspects of the relationship between women and the environment and role of women in the conservation and management of natural resources. Natural resources, they are very important and these resources play an important role in human daily life. So we can see natural resources as a part of the environment. So it is our primary duty to give more emphasis to especially non-renewable resources and ensure that they do not run out and to conserve and manage them. The role of women in such management also it is a very prominent. She played a very prominent role here. As environmental degradation is pushing humans to the brink of destruction, concern for a better environment is increasing in recent times. The environment is unique among the factors that determine the standard of living of humans. For human survival, air, water, and noise pollution need to be addressed simultaneously at the root level. Each household is the smallest unity of society, and today scientists and environmentalists have to play a major role in shaping human as educationists, researchers and communicators and informal teachers in preventing environmental pollution. This can be done by organizing conferences, seminars, workshops on environmental protection at the household level. This can be achieved by organizing demonstrations of environmental friendly innovative technologies in home maintenance. Women all over the world, they have played a key role in realizing the green revolution. Women are doing well in environmental protection, biodiversity conservation, soil and water conservation, and climate change management also. National award winner Salumarada Timmaka, one of the great lady from Karnataka, who taught trees like children is a role model for all of us, especially rural women like us. So Nobel Loyalty Wangari Maathai, who embodied the Green Belt movement and planted millions of trees in Kenya, improving the living standards of women, founded the first national park, Band-e-Amir in Afghanistan by Habib Sarbi, the governor of Bamiyan province, who established the 220 square mile lake and limestone caves. Mary Wanza, a Tanzanian who helped women engage in eco-friendly businesses, and also Rizza, who helped women in Peru recycle and manage waste. Medha Patkar from India, Medha Patkar of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, and women in Bangladesh also who succeeded in saving trees from poachers. Awareness tips for the women in environmental protection. Funds need to be allocated for female education, especially science, technology, and environmental science education. Women spend, and the second one, women spend more time in agriculture because of technology like drip irrigation. So women in the household have been able to manage agriculture too. Eco-friendly farming practices like organic farming need to be popularized among women. For this, eco-friendly livestock farming needs to be supported. Awareness needs to be created about the recycling of organic materials also. And the next one, every drop of rain needs to be saved and stored in the agricultural land itself. And to reduce air pollution at home, women also need to be educated and trained on the benefits of using solar powered appliances, energy efficient appliances, and cow dung gas plants, etc. Research and the use of low pollution appliances should be supported on a large scale. And for better drinking water facilities, techniques like rainwater harvesting are being implemented at the national level. And if women take an interest and participate, they will be more successful. All of the above factors must start at home, and the role of housewives is paramount in this. So role of the women in water conservation and pollution management also it is she played a prominent role here. When we look at the state of water on Earth, two things became clear. One is that there is a limited amount of fresh water available for us for human life. Humans are increasingly polluting this limited water, so that therefore it is wise to conserve and use the water that comes our way in the right way without going against the laws of nature. For this perspective, the conservation of rainwater and the protection of water in lakes, rivers, and reservoirs became more important. So, like this, women in all the aspects, she is played a very important role. She play a very important role in managing all these things. Thank you so much.
So it was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You have explained the detail, the concepts of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The session is now open to the audience. Is there anybody who wish to ask questions to Narmada, right?
Pramita, sir.
Pravi. Okay. Is there any question? Is there any questions? Pramita. Is there any questions from the audience participants? Okay, ma'am. You can call the next presenter.
Yes.
Thank you, Pramita, for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The next presentation bearing the number 033 under the title Predicting Climate Linked Health Hazards Using AI and Biomedical Big Data by Sai Rohit and Co. from KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada. Yes, please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Sai Rohit, KVSR Siddhartha College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada. Today I am going to present a paper on predicting the.
Are you going to present any PowerPoint presentation or only orally you are going to present?
PowerPoint, ma'am.
You had not shared your screen? Yeah, okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm going to present paper on predicting climate-linked health hazards using AI and biomedical big data. Climate change is no longer an environmental concern. It's now a major public health emergency. rising temperature, unpredictable weather, natural disasters, vulnerable natural firewires having a serious health concerns, particularly for vulnerable populations in low-income and developing regions. Traditional public health systems are struggling to the scale and complexity of these challenges. This is where artificial intelligence and biomedical big data come in. By, by harnessing this technology, we can predict the health risk earlier and active proactively. Climate some specific health issues made worse by climate change, dehydration, heat strokes, and worse respiratory diseases like asthma. Floods increase the spread of waterborne diseases such as cholera, especially where sanitation is poor, and vector-borne diseases such as malaria, dengue, and spread further due to the change in habits for mosquitoes and ants. Cardiovascular diseases also rise during the extreme temperatures or heavy population. And finally, mental health is also impacted with increasing the cases of anxiety, depression caused by the climate-related stress and displacement. AI is artificial intelligence in health hazard and hazard prediction. AI is a powerful tool because it can detect patterns in massive databases that human may miss. Machine learning algorithms can learn from the past climate and health data to predict future health events, improving over time with more data. Deep learning. Deep learning can process complex inputs such as medical images, satellite imagery to detect the early signs of disease outcomes or environmental hazards. AI can also identify hidden correlations like slight increase in pollution in specific area might also cause asthma attacks. Biodata, big data integration. To make AI predictions truly effectively, we need to integrate various types of data such as electronic health records to identify the high-risk individuals, genomic information to assess the personal vulnerability to the climatic stress, and climate and environmental data, including the temperature, humidity, air quantity, and precipitation. Social economic data, the factors which like income, occupation, and housing, which help to identify who might be the most affected. Combining all this information makes AI prediction more accurate, personalized, and fair. AI in public health risk management. AI is being used in public health planning in several important ways. It can forecast disease outcomes, hospital admissions, medication needs during the climate events like heat waves. Early warning systems powered by AI and send alerts to doctors, hospitals, even individuals who help to prepare in the advance. AI also target interventions, making sure that elderly, children, people with chronic illness. Strategies for health system resilience. AI plays a key role in making health system more resilient. Continuing the real-time data analysis helps to health departments edges strategies likely to the opening emergency shelters or mobile clinic and optimizing the resources distribution so the medicines, ventilators, healthcare workers are sent exactly where needed to minimizing the wastage and delay. Ethical and privacy considerations for AI in using medical more personal and data privacy and ethics must be protected. Information transparency. AI most importantly, these technologies must be wealthy, fairness, and equality must build these systems. Collaborations and policy. Solving these complex problems needs a collaboration, not just between the doctors and scientists, but also in technologies, policymakers, and community leaders. We need clear policies to guide the safe use of AI in health. Training programs should be prepare health workers to achieve the use of tools effectively. The public must be educated about the links between the climate and health to ensure the broad participation and understanding. Future perspectives and challenges. The challenges may live present in the technologies, AI technologies, and outcoming data silos and scaling and development. Lack of internet and digital information technologies in some areas. To overcome this, we need to invest in the infrastructure and international and community involvement to scale these problems. The The technologies comparing the factors of climate hazard factors. Conclusion: climate change is and becoming a bigger risk in people. Climate change is a growing threat to the global health, but AI and big data who hard and by working this together, displays use of the responsible can predict and prevent health crisis, saving the lives and protecting the world's most vulnerable people. Here are the few references I study. I call Dr. Kankadori, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics and Biotechnology, for this encouragement and support. Thank you.
So it's a nice presentation, Mr. Sai Rohit. You have clearly explained
Thank you, sir.
the role of AI in the identifying the climatic change through the hazards also. So now the session is open to the participants. Is there any questions to ask Mr. Sairohit? Thank you, Sairohit. Ma'am, you can call the next participant.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Tyagarajan, are you ready for your presentation? Actually, sir, there is a gap, like 10 minutes more gap is there for next presentation. Meanwhile, somebody missed it in the previous session, sir. They are requesting me. So please allow them for their presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Tyagarajan?
Proceed.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah. Please share your screen and
Okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am, thank you. Ma'am, is my screen is visible?
No, not it, Hashim.
No, ma'am.
No, it is not.
No.
Then, yeah, now it came.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, R. Tyagarajan from Sri Sairam Siddha Medical College and Research Center, which is located in Chennai. So, my topic is heavy metal toxicity test of Vaipu Turusu, so which is also known as copper sulfate, Siddha formulation. So, introduction: the Siddha system of medicine is the one of the historic medical system practiced in south part of India, especially in Tamil Nadu. The system was established by the Siddhas by their divine nature. The Siddha system is the one of the six recognized system in the Indian system of medicine. Herbals, minerals, metals, and animal origins were used in this medicine, which are derived from plant and natural products. The raw materials such as plant, metals, and minerals were used for the preparation of medicine, which always contains impurities, toxins, and unwanted substance. Hence, to promote and introduce their use of medicine, such materials are purified and detoxicated as per Siddha literature.
Hello, Tyagarajan.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Your slides are not moving. You are still in first slide, that is the program schedule of our event.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Just a minute.
Now it is visible, ma'am.
No, ma. Okay, I'll share. Yes, it is coming.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, so thank you. So Turusu Siddhartam, which is also known as copper sulfate, always use GAFTA detoxification as a single drug or on the ingredients in some metallo-mineral formulations. It is widely used for external applications and internal medicine. Turusu is used as Parpam and Chenduram, which are used for internal administration to treat various diseases. Mattan Thailam, a specific external application which is used for the diabetic ulcerative wound healing. Turusu is an inorganic compound naturally found in the environment. If the substance is not available in nature or it is unpurified, it can be artificially prepared as per Siddha literature. So, based on that, so methodology, the main methodology of this study is to prepare a copper sulfate in artificial medium. The present study is aimed to assess the heavy metal toxicity of the prepared copper sulfate, which is also known as Turusu, to determine their heavy metal properties and its nature. So materials and methods. Turusu Vaipu is mentioned in the Siddha literature, which is known as Bogar Saraka Vaipu Ennuru, written by the Siddhar Bohar. These are the ingredients used to make the Turusu Vaipu, a copper vessel, Padigaram, which is also known as alum, Vegi Uppu, which is known as potassium nitrate, Kalluppu, which is known as sodium chloride, Tayir, which is known as curd, and Elumichai Saru, which is known as lemon juice. So method of preparation, the copper vessel weighing about 200 grams is taken for preparation, and the ingredients such as Padigaram, purified Vegi Uppu, Kalluppu, Tayir, and Elumichai Saru were added into the pot. The picture is shown in the below slide. So after that, the pot is covered with a cloth with mud so that it cannot be taken outside. And this prepared vessel is buried under the soil for the 6 months. So after 6 months, it is taken outside and the end product of the copper sulfate prepared in that vessel is shown as green in color. After that, it is purified as per the Siddha methodology for internal and external uses, medical preparations. So by calculating the heavy metal analysis of the artificially prepared copper sulfate, all the heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, mercury are below the level, and copper sulfate and potassium is in the normal range. So conclusion, according to the findings of the study, heavy metal analysis of the Turusu revealed that the concentration of heavy metals such as copper, sulfur were above the detection limit, and while other elements such as mercury, cadmium, and arsenic are below as per PLM ILM guidelines. So further process of this is taken for the study, and artificially prepared various metals are in the way for the future. So thank you everyone for this great opportunity. I thank my college management and my professors and doctors for this great support. Thank you.
It's a nice presentation, Mr. Tyagarajan. So
Thank
the
you.
session is now open for the participants. Is there any questions to ask Mr. Tyagarajan? Thank you, Mr. Tyagarajan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, shall I announce from my side?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
So the next presenter is Mr. Benex Babu, Assistant Professor, the Department of Forensic Science, Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati. Share your skills.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Ganesh Babu, Assistant Professor from the Department of Forensic Science, Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati. So today I will present one of my topic which I am working recently on the differentiation of post-shoot smokeless tobacco products using ATR, FTR, and chemometric approaches. So basically, in forensic science, when we do for the investigation, we actually get these chewed smokeless tobacco samples from the crime scene. So in order to differentiate these kind of samples and in order to find the brand of this particular sample, so if you are able to find, then it will be more helpful for the sorting out of suspect list from the crime scene. So that is the main motive of this kind of research work. So in India, there are two types of tobacco products that are used. One is Nicotina tobacco and other one is Nicotina rustica. So these two products are the main tobacco product that is used in India or in neighboring countries. So as you know, these are smokeless tobaccos, so they are used for chewing purposes. So it will be containing saliva along with all these microbial actions or reactions, everything will be there. So due to this oral activity, absorption of mucal lining and everything, there will be a difference in the composition of these products after consuming by individuals. So my aim is to find the differences in their products, differences in their brand, so that we can sort it out and we can move on to a particular suspect in this crime scene. So these will be the chemical compositions after chewing these kind of things. So there will be a pH change in the ingredient, and there will be the change in the oxidative state will be there, and the toxins that is present in this tobacco. So that will be increased or decreased due to the bioavailability. So these kind of things will be there. So in order to do an forensic investigation on this matter and differentiate, I use ATR, FTIR, and some machine learning or chemometric methods for this purpose. So my aim here for this purpose, research is to differentiate the multiple brands of post-shoot tobacco products for the forensic investigation. And for achieving that, I use spectral analysis of these chewed smokeless tobacco products. And after that, I applied chemometric approaches on these spectral data. Okay, so so the methodology that I use is to collect these chewed smokeless tobacco products from the volunteers that I selected from Ahamgaon, Guwahati. So it's a random people who is using these kind of products. So I bought 5 different brands of tobacco products and I gave to these people and they chewed these, and after chewing I collected back and immediately closed in a tight container, and for the cross contamination and avoid microbial activity, I refrigerated that in the fridge. So after collecting that sample, so I took 5 products here. So in total 25 samples were there. Then I preserved in a sterilized container and kept in the fridge. So here, the one advantage of using ATR, FTR is actually time consuming and there is no need of sample preparation. We can directly put that in ATR, FTR. So this is one of the advantage, and it will be a rapid test and a rapid detection of these brands. In a time period of 30 days, 1 month, I collected all the samples from the volunteers, and there are a total of 25 samples. And in each sample, I did a 5 duplicates in order to rectify or in order to check the reproducibility of this method. And these are the samples which I use. This Raja, Shikhar, Bandar Sada, Thaini, and Loyal. These are the main 5 brands of smokeless tobaccos that is available in India. So I selected these brands and I gave this to volunteers for the sample. So after 8 year after year analysis, I got the spectral data of all these multiple products of smokeless tobacco, and I did a comparison of these spectras, and I got some of the differences and similarities were also there, and some differences are also there. So for that, I use a machine language, that is machine learning, that we are mainly using for 8 year after year data will be principal component analysis. So using a random cross validation, I applied this PCA on 25 sets of sample, and I got a good result in the separation of these brands of tobacco. And these are the spectral data which I got. This is the spectrum of Bandar Sada. Here in 3300 nanometer, there is OH group present, and here in the fingerprint region also some of the spectras are different, some of the new spectras we can see here in spectrum of Kaini. You can see in between 2900 or 2800 new peak is formed here, which is not in other samples. So this is one of the peculiarity of the other product. So likewise, there was a comparison which I did, and I got some of the differences in the peaks because of different CH2, CH3, and CH bonding and CO differences. So because of these differences in the functional group, I got some of the differences, but it was not sufficient enough to separate these samples. So here I need to use a qualitative analysis, that is chemometric analysis here. So these were the spectra. So after comparison of the spectra, I did a PCA. So I got this result actually, which is a good result. Here you can see in the PC1 and PC2 altogether, I got 91% variance in the samples. And here you can see all the samples were clustered in a separate way. So that means we can actually differentiate these samples in different ellipse. So that is actually a good result for my PCA. In the first PC1 and PC2, I got 91%, and PC3 I got 5%. So altogether in the 3 principal compound analysis, I got a 96% variance in the sample. So this is the loading plot of the PCA. From here you can see the main separation was happened in the positive way is the OH group. So that is in the positive area. So the PC1 80% of the samples are separated regarding the OH group that is present here, and some of the negative in the negative area of PCA. In the negative area of PCA, these samples are separated because of these CH2, CH3, and CH bonding that is there in the 2900 and 2800 nanometer. And here in the PC, the loading plot PC2 also you can see the samples are separated mainly because of the fingerprint region, the peak that is present in the fingerprint region. This area here there is no role of OH groups, but mainly the samples are separated in the fingerprint region. So from that, I came to know that actually it's a rapid test. So in forensic science, this is the main trend that is going on using ATR, FTR, and chemometrics mainly in spectral data, because ATR, FTR is actually a symbol, very useful and time consuming. Within a few seconds, we can actually do the research. We can do identify these samples, and using these PCA models or different types of machine models, we are able to differentiate these samples within time span of 20 to 25 minutes. So this is one of the method that I want to share, and these are the conclusions from the spectral data. I did a comparison and I try to differentiate, and using a PCA, I got 91% variance. And in the PC3, I got 5% variance. And altogether, I can conclude that the combination of ATR, FTIR, along with the chemometers, can be utilized for the differentiation of different brands of post-chewed smokeless tobaccos and can be utilized in forensic investigation in order to shortlist the suspect list from the crime scene. And this is very relevant in Indian scenario because most of the criminals who is daily using these kind of products, and we are able to encounter these kind of evidences in crime scenes. And these are the references I referred for this paper. And thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, Venex Babu. Your presentation in tobacco and analysis in tobacco regarding the forensic sciences analysis is a need of hour for the current society. I congratulate your work. Is there any questions from the participant side? Now the session is allowed for open for discussion. Is there any questions from the participant side? Okay, we can move on to the next session, ma'am.
Yes,
You can
sir.
proceed.
Actually, from my side, your side, anybody more, sir?
Still, they will be joined by 3:30, ma'am.
Okay.
Super, very good. Good presentation. So this is the first presentation for you. It's the first online presentation.
So, is there anybody from this Jamia University?
Where?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please proceed, ma'am. Sir, Jayarajan sir, this number bearing 035, sir, sustainable development through digital detox and mindfulness, a pathway to healthy technology use by Viyaga Mal, PhD scholar, Department of Social Work, Jamia University, Jamia.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, sir. Dear dignitaries, presenters and participants, very good afternoon. My name is Viyagu from DMI St. Eugene University, Zambia. It is my pleasure to present my paper at this second international conference on climate change and environmental protection. My presentation topic is sustainable development through digital detox and mindfulness, a pathway to healthy technology use. My screen is okay? Is it displayed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are now in introduction slide. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. The rapid advancement of technology has transformed the way we live, work, and interact with each other. However, excessive technology use has been linked to various negative effects, including digital addiction, mental health problems, and environmental degradation. This paper discusses the importance of sustainable development through digital detox and mindful practices. The importance of sustainable development is critical for ensuring a healthy and thriving planet for future generations. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals highlight the need for responsible consumption and production patterns, including the responsible use of technology. What is digital detox means is designed to reduce screen time, reconnect with others in person, alleviate stress, and fully engage in life without distractions. So, digital detox mindfulness for sustainable development is a practice can contribute sustainable development by reducing energy consumption and e-waste generation, promoting sustainable lifestyles and consumption patterns, improving mental health and well-being, enhancing focus and productivity, leading to increased efficiency and reduced waste. So, benefit of digital detox for mental and physical health is including reduced stress and anxiety, improved sleep quality, decreased focus and productivity, enhanced creativity and problem solving skills, improved physical health such as reduced eye strain and improved postures. So these are the benefits of digital detox. Mindful practices for reducing screen time and increasing productivity. Increasing self-awareness of device use, reducing mindfulness, scrolling and browsing, improving focus and concentration, enhancing time management skills, encouraging intentional and purposeful device use. So the sustainable development through digital detox, we can through retreats and programs offer a supportive environment for individuals to disconnect from devices and reconnect with themselves in nature. These programs often include guided meditation and mindfulness practices, yoga and physical activity, creative pursuits such as art or writing, group discussions and support, device free accommodations and activities. So, mindful social media use for sustainable development. It involves being intentional and present when using social media platforms. Here are some tips for mindful social media use. Set boundaries. Limit social media use to specify times of the day. Be present when it is there. Focus on the present moment and avoid mindful scrolling. And use social media intentionally. That means follow accounts that promote sustainability and environmental awareness. Take breaks. It's regularly take breaks from social media to reduce stress and increase productivity. Creating a sustainable digital detox plan involves setting goals, identifying challenges, and developing strategies for success. Here are some steps to create a sustainable digital detox plan. Set goal. Identify the reason for digital detox and set specific goals such as reducing screen time or improving sleep quality. Identify challenges is recognize potential challenges such as work or social obligation and develop strategies to overcome them. Develop a plan which create a schedule for digital detox including device-free times and activities. Establish boundaries with the family, friends and work colleague and maintain device-free times. Find support which share the digital detox plan with a friend or family members and ask for their support. Then review and adjust. Regularly review the digital detox plan and make adjustments as needed. So the case study I have reviewed this one. It's a benefit for mindfulness. This case study mainly tells how being mindful affects our online interactions. The concept of digital wellness has taken on great significance in an era where digital technology is increasingly pervasive in our lives. This case study was all about the advantages of mindfulness. The researchers published this in Davis and Hayes in Psychotherapy, a practical practice review of psychotherapy related research. And the objective of this case study was to examine the body of literature on mindfulness. Also, the advantages of psychotherapy were mentioned in the study. By merging information from several studies, the researchers aim to investigate and how mindfulness may be utilized to improve digital well-being in a world that is more digital. As a summary of this paper explores the intersection of sustainable development, digital detox, and mindfulness, highlighting the importance of responsible technology used for environmental sustainability and human well-being. This paper discusses the benefits of digital detox and mindfulness practices in reducing screen time, improving mental health, and promoting sustainable lifestyles. In conclusion, sustainable development through digital detox and mindfulness practices is essential for promoting healthy technology use and reducing the negative impacts of technology on the environment and human well-being. By incorporating digital detox and mindfulness practices into daily life, individuals can contribute a more sustainable future and improve their overall health and well-being. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
It's a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions from the participant side? Yes, ma'am. You can call the next presenter, if any, or you can announce the awards.
Sir. May I know from your side people when they can join, sir?
They will join by 3:30, ma'am. 3:30.
3:30. Because
Yes.
the next two presenters also not there, like 37 and 38.
Okay.
Okay. So now is Rakshita available? Rakshita, Ananya. Ma'am, Neetu Asokan, ma'am, is your team available for presentation? I request Dr. Neetu, ma'am.
Yeah. Continue.
Okay. Anybody else in the previous sessions, if you missed your presentation, it is welcome for you for your presentation. I request Dr. Neetu Ashokan. Okay, sir. Let us move for the award ceremony. We should
Yes.
not waste much more time of
Okay.
Yeah. Please let me share my screen, sir.
Okay.
Sir, please let me know whether my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible. It's visible.
Yes, thank you so much. And it's my privilege to announce some more awards on the eve of this World Environment Day, CoICCEP Foundation, in collaboration with Globatics South Asia Center, Bangalore, and Highland EduTech Institute, Bangalore, combinedly organizing this two-day international conference. And this is our second international conference, as we had organized the same in the last year also. So that we had termed this as second international conference, and I wish it should be continued as third, fourth, fifth, like that. On climate change and environmental protection 2025. In this connection, we plan to organize one international award ceremony, namely PRAJNA 2025. Yesterday, we had announced some awards. In continuation with that, I wish to announce some more awards now. The first awards of today's session will goes to Dr. Sridevi Motupalli ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Mary Stella College, Vijayawada, under the category of Academic Researcher Award. Congratulations, Sridevi ma'am. If you are there in the meeting, could you please speak a few words regarding your award, ma'am? I request Dr. Sridevi ma'am.
I think she's not there in the meeting.
No, sir, she's there, but maybe she couldn't able to speak. Here it is your certificate, ma'am. Very congratulations to you, as I know very well that you are all the time academically and research, as research orientation, you are a keen interested person. I know very well since long time. Thank you so much. And our jury had immediately accepted your CV for this Academic Researcher Award. Thanks a lot, ma'am, and congratulations. The next award goes to Dr. Anil Kumar sir, Associate Professor, Institute of Management Studies, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana. My heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Anil Kumar sir for your accomplishments towards the academic research, so that our jury had selected your CV for Academic Researcher Award 2025. Congratulations, sir. If you are there in the meeting, please speak a few words, sir. I request Dr. Anil Kumar sir.
Esteemed organizers, honorable keynote speakers, session chairs, fellow participants, and all other in this meeting, a very warm and happy evening to all. It is truly an honor for me to be recognized with Academic Researcher Award. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to CoICCEP Foundation and SSRD for this recognition of my academic contributions. This recognition carries a deep meaning for me, specifically in the context of global event on such a pressing theme, that is climate change and environmental protection, that connects to our lives, to the lives of our coming generation, and to the life of all on Mother Earth. Notably, this event has brought together esteemed researchers, educators, and innovators from across India and the globe, from countries such as USA, Greece, Ghana, and UAE. This international participation and interdisciplinary dialogue reflect the success of CoICCEP Foundation's vision to foster impactful knowledge exchange on pressing global challenges involving sustainability, technology, and inclusive development. My journey as an educator and researcher has been guided by commitment to socially relevant scholarship, particularly in the domain of HRM and OB and occupational well-being. Over the years, I remained focused to align theory with practice, aiming for a kind of research that not only informs but also transforms. My work has been recognized at various reputable platforms, including IIMs, IITs, Indian Institute of Finance, and many more. I have presented at esteemed Science Council of Asia Annual Conference in 2023 at Seoul National University, Republic of Korea. My paper has also been discussed in absentia at the Academy of Management Journal Paper and Idea Development Work Roundtable Workshop at University of Georgia, Atlanta, USA. Currently, I am extending my work into a policy document for improving occupational health in policing, building on the foundation of my research work. I am also working on an AI-enabled solutions for burnout detection and engagement enhancement in police officers, aiming to enhance work well-being in policing. My ongoing work in this direction has recently been selected for presentation at an upcoming international conference themed AI for Social Impact to be held at Dubai. As a mentor, I am proud to guide research scholars working in pressing areas of sustainability, green behavior, and corporate social responsibility. One of my scholars has already received 2 Best Paper Awards this year for presenting our joint work, an outcome that brings a great satisfaction to me. This award is a motivating milestone, and I accept it his humility and a renewed sense of responsibility towards contributing further to the academia and society. One point I wish to highlight is that this award is not mine alone. I dedicate it with deepest respect and affection to my mother, Srimati Ompati, who taught me the values of compassion and perseverance, to my late grandfather and father, whose unseen strength and moral grounding shaped my path. This recognition is also dedicated to my entire family, to all my mentors since my childhood, from my primary schooling to my doctoral journey in a renowned university, and to all my friends and colleagues whose unwavering support and belief have sustained me through every phase of my academic journey. Thank you once again for meaningful honor. Thank you, the organizing team, and specifically Dr. Aruna. Thank you very much for recognizing my contribution.
So nice of you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech and
Thank you, ma'am. As I said yesterday, please share the details of all the keynote speakers so that we can continue touch.
Sure, sir. Actually, after this completion of everything, because of some hectic schedule, I couldn't able to get back to you.
No problem.
But certainly, after this completion of all the works, I'll get back to you and I'll share whatever you need. I'll share with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And here it is your certificate, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thanks a lot, sir. Congratulations. The next award goes to Dr. Chennamma Gaur, Department of Environmental Science, Gulbarga University, Kalaburgi. Dr. Chennamma Gaur, ma'am, are you able to speak few words? Are you there in the meeting, ma'am? Okay. Congratulations, ma'am. Next award goes to Dr. Rajeshri Ullagdi, Assistant Professor, Department of Life Sciences, Sri Satya Sai University for Human Excellence, Kalaburgi, Karnataka, under the category of Best Teacher Award. Congratulations, Rajeshri, ma'am. Are you there in the meeting, ma'am? Could you please speak a few words?
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Am I audible? Okay. I'm truly honored to be considered for this award, and I sincerely thank Siddhi Foundation and the organizing committee for selecting me for this. To speak a little bit, at the university level, my teaching philosophy is centered on fostering independent thinking, research orientation, and holistic student development. And I strive to create an inclusive and dynamic classroom environment for my students. And I try to integrate blended learning, digital tools, and real world application. I actively maintain internships, and also I contribute towards departmental initiatives and interdisciplinary collaborations. I continuously pursue professional development, and I aim to pursue a culture of curiosity, ethics, and lifelong learning. So this nomination reflects not just my individual effort, but it's a collective effort. I feel it's from my student side, my colleague side, my community side, and overall. So I would like to dedicate this award to every part of my system. Thank you once again. Thank you to the organizing committee. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much. Under the same category of Best Teacher Award, I would like to announce the next award to Dr. Monica Patel, Assistant Professor comes Junior Scientist, Floriculture and Landscaping, Department of Horticulture, BAC, Bihar Agriculture University, Bhagalpur. Monica, ma'am, are you there in the meeting? Please speak a few words, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
I think, am I visible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am. I couldn't see you because I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Thank you for conferring this award. Actually, now I am working in Bihar Agriculture University in the assistant professor capacity. And my basic work is teaching and research, and my research is focused on landscaping, that is pollution oriented research, that is urban pollution and soil pollution. And now I'm doing work in jasmine and in floriculture aspect in jasmine and anthurium that you must know. And thank you for conferring this award and in this
presentation
occasion. And I think I can get some collaboration opportunities for further for my research work. And
About the presentation because. Yes, ma'am. Monica, ma'am, thank you so much. And congratulations once again, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next award goes to Professor Dr. Dharani Dharan, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Applications, the New College, Chennai, under the category of Research Excellence Award. Congratulations, Dr. Dharani Dharan, sir.
Thanks a lot, madam. Thank you very much. Actually, on the special occasion of World Environmental Day, I'm truly honored to receive the Research Excellence Award from SIDBI Foundation. This recognition holds a deep significance, not just as a personal milestone, but as a reminder of the critical role research plays in shaping a sustainable and a resilient future. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the SIDBI Foundation for this meaningful honor and for their unwavering support of academic and scientific inquiry. Their commitment to fostering impactful research aligns with the global mission of environmental stewardship and innovation. As we reflect on collective responsibility to protect the planet, this award reinforces my dedication to pursuing knowledge that contributes to environmental sustainability, policy advancement, and real-world solution. Once again, I thank from my bottom of my heart for this encouragement and recognition, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hearty congratulations to you. And here it is your certificate, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Please
Thank
be
you.
associated with us. Actually, I wonder your interest, because being a computer science person, you had applied for Environmental Day award ceremony. So it's so nice. And actually, I'm always fond of multidimensional and multidisciplinary research orientation, sir.
Actually, my PhD was based on sustainability alone, madam. Nowadays, we are using a lot of machines, virtual machines, to host these kind of meetings. But if you use the machine learning or deep learning with the prediction, we can only use less type of resources, which will reduce the heat as well as it will protect the sustainability, madam. This is research work behind me, and it enforces me to apply for this award. Thank you very much for the motivation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, Rania ma'am. Again, you had spared your time for us, and we got an opportunity again to see you here.
Thank you. Greetings. I want to say here that this conference actually a vital platform for not only for researchers, for practitioners, but also for global thought leaders in order to collaborate all together on urgent environmental challenges. And I think that the SIDBI Foundation has curated an impactful and well-structured event that aligns perfectly with the spirit of the World Environmental Day. So first of all, happy World Environment Day. And I would like also to add that the conference showcased yesterday a commendable range of interdisciplinary perspectives, reflecting the multifaceted nature of climate action in today's world, and definitely amplified, I could say, the global call for sustainability with actionable insights and inspired dialogue. And also the research presentations by emerging scholars show the immense potential for real-world application, and enthusiasm and the depth of knowledge demonstrated by the young researchers were truly inspiring. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity you gave me to join this amazing conference. And I hope that we will continue the collaboration in the future in other projects also.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Jayarajan sir, anybody else from your side for the presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So shall I call the next presenter, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. The next presenter is Ms. Susmita Sinha, Assistant Professor, Department of Medical Lab Sciences, the Assam Royal Global University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susmita Sinha, Assistant Professor, Department of MLT from Assam Royal Global University. So my topic today is assessing hemoglobin using automated and manual diagnostic technique in a standardized diagnostic lab. So under the content, I will be discussing on the introduction, aim and objectives, methodology, result, discussion, conclusion, and finally the references. So under the introduction, I would say that as we know, we are talking about anemia. So anemia, it is really with the help of hemoglobin,
Yes.
we can assess whether a person is having anemia or not.
No. If you want, you can join.
First of all, hemoglobin is a two-way respiratory carrier. It carries oxygen from the lungs to the other part of the body. It carries oxygen, and we know that hemoglobin, it consists of two components, that is the hem part and the globin part. So both it forms the hemoglobin. So with the help of hemoglobin, we can assess a person is having like if there is increase in the level of hemoglobin, then it is polycythemia, and if there is decrease, then it is anemia. So we have seen in a study that globally the prevalence of anemia by WHO in the year 1992 till 2005, it is seen that it is 25%, and 65.5% were preschool children, 48.2% were pregnant women, and 45.7% were non-pregnant women, according to a study. So according to World Health Organization, the lower limit for women, the normal range for women hemoglobin is 12 gram per dl, and for men is above 13.0 gram per dl. So it ranges, it varies depending upon the age, sex, and environmental factors and dietary habits also. So here, just briefly, I have been talking about what happens if there is high hemoglobin, that it may lead to polycythemia. And in order to detect anemia and polycythemia, we have to perform, as I'm from MLT background, so we have to perform three types of technique. Two are under manual, which are the most common, that is Chalice and Steinmetz hemoglobin method, and the other one is automated method. So Steinmetz method is the most gold standard method for estimation, and it is the most widely used. And Chalice method is we use a component that reagent, that is N by 10 HCl, which converts the hemoglobin to acid hematine, and depending upon the change in the color, we can identify whether the result, how much hemoglobin is present. So automated method is we used an automated analyzer with which we perform the test. So now to the aims and objective. The aims and objective of my study is to compare how much accurate the results of hemoglobin is if we compare the Chalice method versus the automated analyzer, and based upon the gender, whether females they are having anemia or they are normal. So we detect that also. We do that. And under the methodology we perform, I have my under my students have performed in the Royal Diagnostic Laboratory RGU, and the study population are the staff. Most probably the most is important given to the students of the RGU, and the sample is 2 ml blood in a EDTA vial for the examination of hemoglobin. So the study was performed in 60 samples were taken in the Royal Diagnostic Lab. So these are the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. So the age range is 19 to 35 years for both males and females, and we include healthy individuals. And then we have prepared a form where we have added questionnaire where non-veg, veg, which type of food consumption they are taking. But in my study, all of them were non-veg, so that's the thing. And we have taken, this is very important, we have taken a consent from the participants for the study. And the other one is the exclusion criteria. So for this method, we have to collect, as I have already told, we have to collect 2 ml of blood in an EDTA vial. And first diagram that you have seen, that is the reagents and equipments for Chalice method. And the second one below is the automated method where we run it manually, automated, just you have to aspirate the sample. And for Chalice method, you have to mix with the reagent and do the test. So blood sample collection is a minimally invasive technique procedure. So we use sterile equipments, and we have followed standard protocol in order to ensure the safety of the participants, of the samples of the patients. And then we have taken a written consent from the students or the people from which we have taken the sample. I have attached by the side the consent form that I have been circulating before taking the sample. And now coming to the result. So 60 samples, all the 60 samples were 30 were males, 30 were females. So 30 males, 30 females, 60 sample, both we have run in automated as well as Chalice method. And in my study, next slide. So I have done Chalice method and automated method. So normal range, 43 of the sample, 60 out of 60, 43 were within the normal range, 3 were above normal range, 14 went below normal range in case of Chalice method. And in case of automated method, 47 were within the normal range, 2 were above, means polycythemia probably, and below is 11 were found. And you can see the pie chart is attached where below normal range there were and within normal range and above normal range, which is shown like in the pie chart. Yeah. So you can see in this chart we have shown below there is automated method and Chalice method. So there is about 60 samples. So you can see the variation in the Chalice method and automated method, and whatever conclusion we have come to this, I will be discussing in the conclusion part. So here we have seen that Chalice method visual comparison which may lead to inaccurate, because sometimes there is change in the color. It may be little dark, it may be lighter. So depending on that, there may be variation by the person who is performing the Chalice method. So, but the Chalice method is simple to use, and it provides quick result, and we can see it is precise and reliable. So based on the finding, the automated method was found to be more accurate and reliable compared to Chalice method. So, but in some laboratories, if automated method is not available, we can still prefer to do Chalice method, as it will also give a correct result. And we have seen, as I have already told, all the participants were non-vegetarian. So we have not seen, we cannot differentiate whether non-vegetarian and vegetarian population sample. So now under the discussion and conclusion, I would like to say, as I have already told, that automated method of hemoglobin estimation was found to be more reliable and accurate than Chalice method. And the Chalice method was analyzed based on the visual by looking at the color change. So there may be other factors which might interfere with the results, such as random errors, but there might be the different types of error. And in case of automated method, it was more simpler, faster, and the result was more precise according to the study, and which was very similar finding according to this study, which was done by one of the research paper that is under Yasser MH 2012. So another one study that is we can see that variation in the age and gender, the hemoglobin levels will see variation in the age and gender. So in our study also, we have found that males has higher hemoglobin level compared to females of the same age. All participants were non-vegetarian, and in this study, we have stated that we should automated technique should be more reliable. We should more consider to go for automated method because it will not, there will be less human error happening and involving, and we can assess different types of diseases. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks for your presentation, Susmita. Now the session is open for discussion. Is there any questions from the participant side? Is there anything? Ma'am, shall I call the next presenter?
1 second, sir. Our distinguished speaker from USA joined Sri Subramaniam Janakiram, sir. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaste, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Namaste. Yeah.
Shall I go for next presentation, sir?
Sure, sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
you
sir.
will operate the slideshow, right? Yeah.
I would like to call Miss Elizabeth, Assistant Professor, Department of Medical Lab Sciences.
Jayarajan, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we have this presentation after sir's speech, because we had already scheduled this after speech? Is it
Yeah,
okay?
sure, sure, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Because it is somewhat late night for sir also.
Yeah. Let him
Do something. Okay. So thank you so much, sir, Jayarajan sir, for your cooperation in this regard. And now I request Professor Sri Subramaniam sir, Janakiraman sir from USA. Sir, shall I share my screen, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
I don't see the screen. Are you operating the slideshow?
Actually,
Yeah,
you
okay,
sent the PDF, sir. So I need to drag only, no, not as a slideshow. It is not came as a
Or
PPT.
you want me to try?
No issue, sir. Here, like this, I can drag, sir.
Oh, perfect,
I can
perfect.
I can scroll. Yes, I can scroll. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Can you hear me, all of you?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes.
Very good. Well, thank you for this opportunity, to share some ideas on a very important topic on climate change and environment. I'm going to be focusing more on climate change and sustainable agriculture, which is also one of the themes of this second international conference. Next slide. Let us start with the definitions of climate change. There are many definitions of climate change, and pertaining to different sectors, there are different variations of the same definition. But fundamentally, the alteration of climate due to human activities is what is over here. That it impacts the agricultural systems in a variety of different ways. How? Changing temperatures, precipitation patterns in the form of distributed rainfall comes in various times, which is unpredictable. and it's becoming more and more unpredictable as the time goes by. And there are very extreme events like droughts, floods, and so on. Now, this has an impact on soil health, water availability, and the overall ecosystem. So the next definition is concerning sustainable agriculture. Now, the word sustainability means different things to different people. But now we are focusing mostly on sustainable agriculture for small farmers. And as we go along, I'll tell you why small farmers are very important for providing food to the population in mostly developing countries. Now, sustainable agriculture uses eco-friendly, cost-effective, and inclusive farming methods. And only by using sustainable agriculture, we improve the productivity, incomes, and ensuring food security and resilience of the farmers. Now, this is without harming the current status of the environment or compromising future generations. So the sustainable agriculture has basically two large components. One is the immediate impacts on the environment and also long-term implications for the future generations. Uh, Now, why are small farmers so important? If you look across the world, 2.5 billion people are depending on smallholder agriculture. And this has been done by various studies, including the International Fund for Agricultural Development, which focuses primarily on poverty alleviation and smallholder agriculture. And they've been involved in many projects supporting smallholder agriculture projects. Now, there are over 80% of the farmers in developing countries farm on less than 2 hectares. And this 2 hectares numbers varies by regions, by states, by countries, and so on. So it can be as low as landless to owning 2 hectares or more hectares. Now, the other interesting fact, which was found by the consultative group for the poor, is 10% of the smallholders globally have access to any kind of formal crop insurance. So this is an area which needs more work and so on as we go along. Now, what I've tried to do here is to summarize some of the region-specific issues uh, concerning sustainable agriculture and small farmers. Now, as far as Asia is concerned, the population pressure on land is increasing. India is a prime example. Bangladesh, Philippines, these are some of the other countries where the population pressure is very, very high. Water stress, overuse of chemical inputs, and when there was the main driver of the green revolution in India, as well as in some other parts of the world, where the overuse of chemical inputs, so fertilizers and pesticides mainly, which had adverse effects. They may have solved the food problem for the short term, but it had long-term consequences, which we are facing even today. And then the next big area is the digital divide, and I'll be going more into details as to what the current trends are regarding the digital applications for improving productivity. The next one is Africa. More or less, we have the similar problems facing most of the developing countries when it comes to the adverse impact of climate change. The lowest crop yields are in Africa. Why? Because of poor soils and low input use. Poor soils created by natural causes as well as overuse of the land for the wrong crops in some cases, and degradation of soil is a major problem facing many countries in Africa. And then there is the post-harvest losses in the form of pests eating away the crops. Some are not harvested properly because due to labor shortages and so on. Or storage losses are also included in this one. And the other area is underdeveloped irrigation systems. And most of the small farmers depend on rain-fed agriculture. And then rainfed agriculture has its own complications because the climate change has affected varying degrees of rainfall throughout the year and is very unpredictable. And then you have most of the small farmers rely on subsistence farming. First, they want to produce for themselves, and then whatever is surplus is given to the markets. To summarize all these things, most of the common challenges are more or less the same across developing countries. It's unpredictable rainfall, as we have seen, soil degradation, pest and disease control. These three things basically will be repeated throughout the presentation and how we can really address them through a variety of different solutions, which will be presented as we move along. And then you have this lack of access to credit, small land holdings, fragmentation, and then there are a lot of policy and institutional gaps. Agriculture in most countries, developing as well as developed countries, are heavily subsidized, and sometimes the subsidies are focused on the wrong areas, which give which provide the farmers to use a lot more of those resources, especially in power in India, for example, or subsidized use of water. They don't charge the operating even to fulfill the operating costs of providing water is not covered by the water charges which are levied on the farmers. And then there are various kinds of inequalities, mostly due to gender inequality. And also what we are finding in many cases in developing countries is the young people are no longer interested to continue the farming. And so there is a migration from the rural areas to the urban areas, leaving the rural areas, agricultural lands in the hands of elderly people who are not fully engaged in the latest technologies and knowledge and so on. The next area is, why does climate change matter to developing countries? As I said earlier on, most of the small farmers are climate vulnerable because they are not able to adjust to the changing heat patterns, the rainfall patterns, and the degrading soil patterns. And most of them are using traditional methods, although there are pockets where the new methods are coming in, and I'll give you some examples. So in terms of sustainable agriculture for small farmers, we have to look at the long-term food security and rural prosperity in the form of increasing their incomes. And it supports climate goals and SDG targets. And we have one of the earlier presentations, I think it was yesterday, they covered the SDGs. And a quick overview of relationship of agriculture to SDGs. There are 7 of them. The first one is no poverty. Second is zero hunger. Third is good health and well-being. Quality education is number 4. Number 5 is gender equality. Clean water and sanitation is number 6. And affordable and clean energy is number 7. So you see, there are a number of 7 SDG goals are linked directly with climate change and agriculture. Now, what is the impact of climate change? There are many studies which have been done and by reputed organizations. In South Asia, the productivity loss due directly to climate change is there is a up to 30% yield reduction for basic food staples like rice and wheat by 2050 if nothing is done. The heat stress and erratic rainfall reduces the sowing windows and the crop duration of many crops. And this results in an income loss. And if current trends continue, their smallholder incomes could drop by up to 25% by 2040, which is not too far away from now. And the main drivers of all these, again, I come back to the same points again: rising temperatures, irregular monsoons, and droughts. Okay. Now, here I've summarized from various studies how the impact of climate change is on small farmers by various regions. As you can see, most of the thing is really linked with yield losses and income losses. And the drivers are more or less the same as we repeated before: heat, drought, floods, monsoons, and extreme weather conditions. And these have resulted in increasing salinity in the soil, groundwater is depleting, and the ability for the farmers to cope up with this is also very less or not available. Now, this summarizes what is the climate change on small farmers in India. And many studies have shown that the impacted areas are mostly in the form of erratic rainfall, rising temperatures, which affects both crops and livestock, water scarcity, and there is reduced, although there are many projects which focus on improving the groundwater levels and also water harvesting and so on. But this problem still continues in many parts of India. And then there is the pest and disease incidents, soil degradation, as I mentioned before. All these result in reduced farm incomes. Okay, now, suppose we do nothing. In a do nothing scenario, there are many reputed organizations, again, I have to rely on them, where they have shown that if we do nothing, the productivity losses can go up to 40% by 2050 for basic crops. In the case of sub-Saharan Africa, it's maize and sorghum. In South Asia, is wheat, rice, pulses. And we could see a decline of anywhere from 10 to 30% decline rather than the opposite 10 to 30% improvement or increase in yields. And these are studies done by FAO and the World Bank. In Latin America, coffee and maize are expected to decline by about 25% if nothing is done. Same thing goes with rice in Southeast Asia. There it is not too bad. It's about a 10% loss in yield for each 1 degree increase, centigrade increase. So that's the cost of inaction. So the time has come now to act on some of these things, and what can we do to do that? And then, of course, then I've detailed in some areas, taking particular action of cost of inaction, food insecurity and malnutrition. This is all the impacts of reduced yields and reduced crops of staple crops and so on. And okay, now we come to the brighter side of life. So going over some of the literature here, there are many good practices which are emerging. And this is an area which I'd like to focus on a little more than the problems which we have mentioned. What I would also suggest is if there are any burning questions, please feel free to ask. And we could spend a couple of minutes answering any questions which come to anybody's mind rather than waiting till the end. Is that okay? Hello?
Sir, please continue.
Yeah. Continue?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, fine. On the bright side of things, this has a lot of promising initiatives have been undertaken, and there is no shortage of research institutes focused on agriculture in the form of improving the yields of basic crops. And they've called them climate smart crops. What does that mean? Crops which are adaptable to climate changes. And there is the consultative group of international agriculture research, which has several centers all over the world, including one in Hyderabad called the ICCCEP. And ICCCEP is there. ICCCEP in Hyderabad. Sorry?
No, sir, somebody there doing some problem.
Okay.
You please.
Yeah, ICCCEP in Hyderabad, ICCCEP in the Middle East, and then you have IRI in Philippines. Each one of these agricultural research centers have focused on improving the higher yields, taking into consideration the climate change. And one is welcome to visit all their websites, and you can get a whole lot of information. So those practices now are on the research area. So some gap exists between getting the research to the field, although there are many initiatives doing that, but more needs to be done in that area. And then there are standard methods for improving soil health, and some at relatively low cost. Composting, agroforestry, cover cropping, conservation agriculture is being practiced in many parts of India as well as other places. And efficient irrigation systems, drip irrigation systems, sprinkler systems, and solar energy is being used wherever there is a lot of sunlight, more than 10 hours a day, can reduce the energy costs related to irrigation systems. The next area is digital and AI advisory services, and that AI is becoming more and more prominent in solving some of these problems, especially in the area of providing advisory services as well as monitoring different stages of plant growth. And we'll look into that a little more as we move along in this presentation. Then there are others, weather index insurance for credit business, insurance for the small farmers. And then there are lots of different types of agroecological practices like intercropping, pest-resistant crops, mulching, and so on. And then you have energy efficient cold storage facilities to reduce the post-harvest losses, which are one of the problems which I mentioned in one of the earlier slides. Now, there are what is being done in India, a quick overview, and this is not a very comprehensive one. There are many examples of initiatives which increase the agricultural productivity of climate smart agriculture. And I've just listed a few of them. System of rice wheat intensification, which uses less water, increases the productivity. And there are many examples from Bihar and Tamil Nadu as well as Maharashtra also. There is crop diversification programs which are going on, integrated pest management. But the problem with all these things is these are very localized. And the solution to this is there are lots of good practices, but we do not have a mechanism for scaling them up. And that is one of the basic takeaway messages from this presentation is you look at the whole gamut of good practices being done by the government, by NGOs, by various foreign organizations, domestic as well as foreign organizations, but they are very localized. And we are yet to develop a system by which these local good practices can be adapted and replicated in other parts of the country. And that's an area which I think perhaps the next conference can look at. How can we scale up good practices for climate smart agriculture? Okay, let's see a few examples. Next one is, so there are many studies which have been done focusing on specific interventions for reducing the impact of adverse impact of climate change. Providing climate resilient seeds. And for that to be adopted by the farmers, that's a whole different adoption process, which many techniques are there. And they could potentially increase the yield up to 80%. And they're also drought and pest tolerant seeds. Drip irrigation can increase the yield by 60%. Then you have AI-based advisory services, yield increases up to 30%. Soil restoration can go up to 100% yield increases. So there are studies which have shown very clearly what are the interventions required to produce yield increases for anywhere from 25% to 100%. So again, we come back to the same solution, how to scale up these good practices. So what are some of the key pillars for the sustainable agriculture are basically come under three broad categories: the environment, the soil and water conservation techniques, climate smart practices, biodiversity protection, stable economic yields, low cost inputs, market access. Social aspects, this is where the policy aspects also come in, inclusion of women and youth, and we want to The key to, we talk about inclusion of women, youth, younger people, and so on, but is not happening because one of the primary drivers of this is lack of incentives. We need to have a very good incentive framework for including the marginalized population, either in the form of skill building, improving their capacity to handle a variety of different risk factors associated with climate change, and also it doesn't have to be necessarily monetary incentives. It can be non-monetary incentives by providing opportunities for them to upgrade their skills and train them in new areas where they have the passion for it. Sometimes we do training programs which are very general in nature, and we do not address the specific skill levels or what each person is passionate about. And if we can develop suitable training programs, and now we have all these technologies available to focus on personalized training opportunities. And I'll mention this as one of the recommendations. Um, Now, if you look at if you look at climate change, food production, and so on, most of the work is focused on adaptation and mitigation. These two areas require different kinds of approaches, and I've shown this. Some of the things are there in this diagram, and they all are linked to increasing the food production. So if we have right models for adaptation and mitigation, we will end up increasing the food production and increase the productivity of various staple and market commercial crops. Now we come to one of the ways to focus is how do we know that this is a good practice which can be replicated or scaled up? We have to measure them. We have heard that is only if you measure by quantitative means, then only people will believe whether it's a good practice or not. And here I've indicated some of the good practices which measure the impact of climate change on agriculture for small farmers. And there are various indicators depending upon the area we want to focus on. For example, this agroclimatic and yield data tracking. Indicators are changes in rainfall, soil moisture, crop yields, and so on. Now, new types of mechanisms needs to be introduced for measuring the changes in rainfall, and these kind of things are so localized that all these current weather stations and all, they give you the general local area, but they do not go to each specific microclimatic zones where the farmers need to be involved in measuring some of these things. So that's an area where I think we need to look at. How can we train the farmers to collect the kind of data needed at the localized on his farm level? What is the soil condition of his farm? How much rainfall is he getting? What is the temperature differential between morning and evening? There are many sensors which are available, low cost, which we can give to the farmers, and they can measure it, and they can be validated by local institutions. So we'll have a large set of localized data at the grassroots level. And that's an area also where I think a lot of work needs to be done. And that's one of the themes which you can have for next conference or subsequent sessions pertaining to this particular area. So I've listed quite a few of these things, and I've taken what I've done is basically looked at various aspects of climate change on a variety of different areas. And this one gives you livelihood and socioeconomic indicators. And then you have this climate vulnerability and resilience indexes. And I've also provided some sources where you can look at available methods of how we can measure climate vulnerability and resilience indices. We don't have to invent new tools. There are enough tools out there, and a lot of them are available free of charge. So we could have a complete list of all the tools which are available by doing a survey of the World Wide Web, and you can find very good ones which can be adapted to local institutions. And this is an area where the universities can play a big role, where there are educated professors and teachers and so on to look at available tools and see how they can be adapted to the local situation. You don't have to invent new tools. Look at all the tools which are currently available to measure different impacts. So these are another farmer schools and participatory model. We can go through all these things. I don't have to delve too much into this due to lack of time. And then you have there are studies which are done on if you don't do nothing, what are the losses? And that could be an area of some research to send some students to do some research for their master's thesis or the PhD thesis to look at these kind of scenarios. And that can be very localized ones, and you have professors from various universities represented in the seminar, and they can take this up. Let's see, the next one is, this area is very, very important, is soil and water resource monitoring. Again, this is a very localized. There's anything to do with resource base at the local level, which needs measuring what they're doing. That ownership of that collecting, validating, providing training and all should be extremely localized. And there are so many farmer organizations throughout India and rest of the world also. We can use those farm producer organizations and local organizations, self-help groups in Andhra Pradesh, for example, to train them to collect localized data and then provide a good basis for making data-based decision making. And that's an area which needs quite a bit of work as we move forward. Then there is digital dashboards and integrated data systems. This is linked with the ownership of data, collection data at the local level. And there are many examples of that also. So we have to look at existing dashboards, existing data systems, and see how we can tailor them to the local situation rather than starting anything from scratch and do it. Look at the current ones and then build on it. Let's see what else we have. So the main benefit of measuring this, why measure at all, At least it gives you a good evidence-based thing, and we are moving more and more into data-based decision making. So the data becomes a very valuable input into making proper decisions and providing proper advice to the farmers. Let's see now. Now, we can ask, how is the farmer going to benefit by adopting climate resilient practices? There's a whole area on carbon credits, and I'm going to just touch on a couple of points here, give you a broad perspective of carbon credits. And there are many different mechanisms which are available here for the small farmers to obtain carbon credits. And there's a whole lot of literature on this, which you can look at. And broadly based is voluntary carbon markets is there. But the problem here is the individual farmer cannot access the carbon market. So we need to aggregate them into either small groups, which are already existing in many parts of India, like the self-help groups, as I just mentioned, who are engaged in farming, or through farmer producer organizations, farm cooperatives, and collectively teach them different skills in order to access the carbon. The key here is it relies again on measuring, reporting, and verifying. It's called the MRV tools. And there are many MRV tools available which are free of charge, which I think we can give to the farmers and train them so that as a group, they will be involved and try to get, and now with this payment system, digital payment systems, it's very easy to access them and also provide money straight from the carbon credit. Once it is verified, the money can go directly into their bank accounts. So that's another source of revenue which currently is untapped. It is happening in some parts of India, and we can learn from those and see if we can scale those things up. Okay, let's see. And this is another method of accessing carbon credits. There are emerging and private carbon sources. agroforestry, soil carbon projects are there, tree planting and so on. And then there are payment for ecosystem services, sustainable supply chain integration, and private sector is increasingly getting into it. The whole idea is there are many opportunities out there, but due to lack of awareness, lack of knowledge of these things, the farmers are not able to access any of those things. So the key really is to see how we can make use of the available carbon credit mechanisms and link it with the farmers. Now we come to a very interesting area, which is also very close to my heart, is how we can improve what I call the key here, the objective is very important, is delivering real-time, localized, and personalized farming advice. There are many extension services which have been carried out. And by and large, if you go to the small farmers in rural areas, either in India or in other parts of developing countries, they immediately say, from whom are you getting advice? They say, we are now getting advice from the government, and he or she shows up once a week or once a month or never. And that advice is very general advice, which we already know. So how do we convert that into personalized local advisory services is where the use of digital and AI-driven advisory services comes in. And there are some examples, although in a very small scale in various parts of the world where this is happening. And the bottom line of that is we need to find ways how we can scale them up. And this could be a separate session by itself. So I'm just giving a broad idea of this one, and then we can delve into it during our discussion phase. Okay. So now, what is needed? We all say, okay, scaling up is a good idea. So what is needed for doing this? We need funding. And this has to become, we have to find various kinds of private-public partnership where the funding can be linked with the farmer's own contributions. It all starts with ownership of the project at the grassroots level, which means they got to have a stake in the project, which means they got to put in their share, either in kind or in cash. And then, of course, it has to be supported by policies, adequate, subsidies, targeted subsidies, which can yield some good returns, enabling policies of various kinds, including pricing policies, farm support system, price support guarantees, price mechanisms, and so on, and risk insurance. And we need to form partnerships between various organizations, which is often very difficult. It's easy to say it, but in practice, it happens only in very limited cases. We need to find new ways of developing these partnerships where everybody has a stake in it and provided incentives for each partner. And of course, monitoring and evaluation is very, very important. As I said before, we need to collect relevant data, which is reliable, on which we can base our findings. So what is the conclusion of this whole thing? The two messages which I like to give is basically we need to use the current methods available and find ways to scale them up, and also look for new opportunities to ensure that the rural areas are food secure and provided with necessary incentives to improve their lives. Thank you very much. Questions, suggestions, agreeing which areas, disagreeing, any reactions, welcome.
Okay, if you allow me. And Dr. Arruda?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Yes. First, I would like to congratulate you on a very detailed and insightful presentation. I want just to ask you one question related to vulnerable groups. We know that in developing countries, climate change affects mostly women. Women's access to clean water, to healthcare, to sanitation. There are also psychological and social effects of displacement and migration on women due to climate-related disasters. And in general, women are those who bear the burden of this, of the impact of climate change. And of course, there are maternal and reproductive health outcomes which are impacted by environmental stress. So what are the strategies that you suggested for women? How we can help women, for example, in rural areas, in developing countries, in order to, especially women?
Well, yeah, very good question. We have been looking at a variety of different types of interventions. And most, again, we have to differentiate between what the role of women is in agriculture, because I'm focusing mostly on agriculture, okay? And we have failed to improve the knowledge base of the women in an areas where they have the most comparative advantage of taking care of the children, the home cooking, the energy use, and all that kind of stuff, rather than putting them to fetch water from, say, a kilometer away or 2 kilometers away, or doing some burden work, or taking the kids to the field and making them sit there while the men are doing some of the work and also helping them. In many parts of India, for example, women are used as laborers, and that mind shift has to happen. And it takes quite a bit of effort to get, as you know, I think you have also presented in your STEM presentation, to change the mindset of the people requires them to be educated in the areas of what they are very good at, And the non-agriculture related work for women has been totally under emphasized and underfunded. A lot of women are very good at doing various types of stitching, cooking at the grassroots level, and providing different types of services to the community, which they are very good at, and taking care of children. Just focusing on nutrition to the women who have small babies up to 5-10 years old can save a lot of money down the road by reducing malnutrition and stunted growth. And there are many projects which are focused specifically on women's role in taking care of their children as well as increasing their skills. I would focus only on those two areas.
Thank you. So climate education must be tailored according to the needs of
Absolutely,
women.
and they can play with. Yes, and there are many examples where the women have taken a major role in conserving water. But where the problem arises is we don't have a mechanism to incentivize them. So somebody has to take the lead and say how we can provide incentives to the women to do better in the area of what they are very good at.
The same happens with entrepreneurship. Is there any progress in India, for example, for women who want to pursue climate entrepreneurship? Because here, for example, in Europe, we have very unfriendly legislations and regulations. It's very unfriendly in general, the whole framework from those who want to open a startup about climate entrepreneurship. So about women, what is happening? Are there any women who are involved in these kind of fields about business, I mean?
Well, again, climate change is a very broad area. We got to break it down into distinct parts of what are the key drivers of climate change and where the women can play a role in this thing. For example, food security is a very important area. Now, food security is the ultimate goal. Now, the women can play a major role in ensuring that because they are in charge of providing cooked food at home in most countries, at least in developing countries. The men hardly go to the kitchen to do anything. They rather go sit at the table and wait for the food to come on the table. So the person who really makes the food is the women. So they are in charge. Empower them. And then this is where the composition of we need to shift the measurement, the unit of measurement of the beneficiary from the individual to the household. What do I mean by that? A household may consist of single mothers, or married or with family, small single family, joint family system where so many people live in the same household, In many parts of India, they're still happening, but it's slowly decreasing. In Africa, you have the compound system where the entire uncles, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, everybody lives under the same compound. So you have multi-dimensional aspect. The number of people in a family varies across countries and across regions. So, but the women are basically in charge of the food. And the food comes from the crops which are grown by the people at the grassroots level. So if we can train the women to say, look, your child will be better nourished if you feed them with these alternatives. And they can make a change, and that can be linked to crop which are resilient to climate change, which are at the same time. There are lots of research done on fortified crops, fortified rice, nutrition. They are adding, this gets into the GMOs and all that kind of stuff. That's a different area altogether. But then there are lots of high technology which has been introduced, which can fortify, make the current grain staple foods more nutritious. We can also lead to healthy diets. So make the women knowledgeable about healthy diets, which can be linked to what kind of crops they can grow, which are climate resilient.
Yes, and of
That's a
course, the
project by itself.
incentives. The incentives that you mentioned before, because if you read all the studies say that women don't feel confident when they have to ask for a loan, for example. In general, women don't feel confident when they want to start a business. So they need more incentives, they need networking, they need encouragement, they need mentoring, they
Yes,
need more support. This is a
absolutely.
psychological
In
issue. So
fact,
because confidence in psychology is very important.
Yes. And I think, the points which you mentioned in your presentation related to STEM, I think that should be tailored more. Unfortunately, what happens is we stop at a generalized knowledge provision education, and then we don't focus on what is really needed at the localized village situation. And there, I think a lot of work needs to be done, which is tailored to the local situation. We can also, when I go to some of the rural areas, I ask them, what is it that you want to become? And I get a variety of different answers. Some want to remain in agriculture, some want to remain in medicine, and so on. So we need to group those people and give them incentives and also opportunities to follow their passion. And then you will find that the skills gets very personalized, and you get so a lot of the young people can remain in the rural areas rather than migrating to urban areas and suffer more poverty.
Yes, and you mentioned about STEM. Women STEM, but all around the world are still underrepresented. Only 30% of women are engaged in STEM fields, and only less than 30% of women are researchers worldwide. And recently, I got here in the ministry, I got a report from Eurydice. Eurydice, it's a European platform which actually measures the educational system, evaluates the educational systems. And this it was shocking study because this shows that the number of women who are involved in STEM in some disciplines like manufacturing engineering is stable, and the computer sciences is decreasing. In my country, it fell by 10%. So it's shocking because we organize so many events for women in STEM, campaigns, conferences, many European program funded, and not only in Europe, but also around the world. So how is it possible? We can organize so many things in order to motivate students towards science-related, women towards STEM-related careers, and still the number, for example, in computer science, decreasing. So the experts of Eurydice said that there's still the gender stereotypes, still the fact that women don't feel confident when we talk about science, etc. So this is what I wanted to share from my experience here. That
Maybe we should work through the children, the children teach them and the children will teach the mothers.
Yes, but the fact is that women don't feel confident, and the world of science, I think, is hostile for women still. And there are still, unfortunately, long-lasting biases and stereotypes. Although we organize so many coding clubs for women, for girls, this is what I'm doing also here in Greece. We are offering free coding clubs for girls to motivate them. So many things, and still the numbers. decreasing
Anyway, we need a
the
change
weight.
of behavior from watching soap
Yes,
operas
yes.
and this thing to
Everything
learning
starts from
something more.
family, from family.
Yes.
Everything starts from family and parents.
Absolutely. And we need to change the mindset that we should target all our development projects on the household rather than that individual. And that is coming, The sustainable agriculture cuts across a multi-sectoral area. It contains food, nutrition, managing the soil, managing the water and everything. So it has to be an integrated program. And then each member of the household should take charge of each one of those little areas. And women's area could be food, basically nutritious food, which can reduce the health costs. If you get good nutrition, you reduce the health costs. So we need to look at all these economics in a completely different way.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much for this clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insights and inputs towards all the gathering, whomever present over here. And it's my pleasure to have you, sir, on this auspicious occasion and your talk also. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Sure, my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
And now I request Dr. Jayarajan, sir, shall we continue with the presentation, sir? Is Mr. Elizabeth ready for your presentation? Miss Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can present it now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can present your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
The title, Comparative Analysis of Bleeding Time, Clotting Time and Platelet Function in Smokers and Non-Smokers, Students of a University at Assam, by Miss R. Elizabeth, Assistant Professor, Medical Laboratory Technology, the Assam Royal Global University, Assam.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries and also to the senior members and my fellow mate. My name is Elizabeth. I'm working as an assistant professor at the Department of Medical Laboratory Technology under the Assam Royal Global University. So before I go with my presentation, I would like to thank the SIDBI Foundation for giving me the opportunity. And also I would like to thank Dr. D. Jayarajan sir for encouraging me to participate in this conference. So the title of my topic is Comparative Analysis of Bleeding Time, Clotting Time, and Platelet Count in Smokers and Non-Smoker Students at a University in Assam. So these are the content of my presentation. So coming to the first one, that is the introduction. So hemostasis. So when it comes to hemostasis, hemostasis is basically the stoppage of bleeding. So in our body, if there are any minor cuts, any accidents, any surgery, the body responds by giving two mechanisms, that is the primary hemostasis and the secondary hemostasis. So the study that I have done is checking on the parameter of the primary hemostasis. So the primary hemostasis is basically the function of the platelet that the study has conducted. So smoking is a significant global health concern. And when it comes to smoking, smoking contains a lot of carcinogens and it releases nicotine and also carbon monoxide and various oxidants that contributes to the endothelial damage and systemic inflammation. So the people who smoke, the study basically is about checking the parameter of the bleeding time, clotting time, and platelet function of the smokers with the non-smokers because of the chemicals that the smoking releases on the body. Now, coming to the aims and objective, like I mentioned, the first objective was to investigate the effect of cigarette smoking on selected hematological parameter. And the second was to estimate the bleeding time, clotting time, and platelet function in the cigarette smoker and the non-smoker. And lastly, the objective, the third one, was to examine the potential impact of cigarette smoking on the platelet function. So the methodology, the study design, it is a cross-sectional analytical study. So the participants were 60, 30 smokers and 30 non-smokers. And the age 18 to 28 years. The parameter, three parameter was chosen, the bleeding time, the clotting time, and the platelet count. And the data was analyzed using the t-test, the Welsh t-test. So the p-value less than 0.05 was considered significant. So this is the consent form. Since we were collecting the blood sample, we had to take the consent from the participants. So this is the consent form. And then coming to the result, so out of the 60 participants, 39 of them showed abnormality. So it gave a percentage of 65%. So out of the 60 participants, 39 showed prolonged bleeding time, prolonged clotting time, and also there was a decrease in the platelet count. So even the p-value for the prolonged PT and CT were less than 0.05. So this p-value less than 0.05 signifies that the BT and the CT, that is the bleeding time and the clotting time, is increased, is prolonged when it comes to the smokers. So it rejects the null hypothesis that says that there is no relation between the PT-CT of the smokers and non-smoker. Now, when it comes to the platelet count, though the platelet count was lower in the smokers, the difference was not statistically significant. So this result suggests that the smoking may impair the platelet function, but it may not give some changes in the quantity. So even if the platelet count may show normal, but then the function may have a problem. So this is the result that has been analyzed according to the study. So like I mentioned, the total were 60 samples. Out of that, 21 showed normal. So 35% was normal, and out of the 60, 39 showed abnormality. So 65% was abnormal. That means the bleeding time, clotting time was prolonged, and the platelet count was decreased. So this is the pie chart representing that out of the 100, 65 were abnormal and 35% were normal. So this is the case in this the case in my study was a smoker and the control was the non-smoker. So here the bleeding time, clotting time, and the platelet count, mean and standard deviation was taken, and then the p-value was calculated. So when it comes to the bleeding time, in the bleeding time we have analyzed using the Duke's method. So in the Duke method, the bleeding time is from 1 to 5 minutes. So if the participant if the bleeding time increased more than 5, that is considered as a prolonged bleeding time. And then for clotting time, the capillary method was used. Therefore, the reference range was 4 to 9. So if it increased more than 9, then it was considered prolonged. For platelet count, it was already in decimals. So the bleeding time and the clotting time was in minutes. Therefore, this minutes was converted to decimal, and later on it was converted to mean and standard deviation. For the mean, we have taken, suppose the bleeding time is prolonged 9 minutes 20 seconds. So the 20 seconds divided by 60 plus the minute. So that gives us the mean, and then simultaneously the standard deviation was also calculated. So the bleeding time and the clotting time was significantly higher in the smokers compared to the non-smoker. And even the p-value for both was less than 0.05. Therefore, the study signifies that smoker, the BT and the CT are prolonged. And the platelet count, though it was lower in the smokers, but the difference was not statistically significant. So in case of platelet count, in the smoker, the platelet count showed normal, but then the thing is, in the platelet count may show normal, but then the function may be impaired because the bleeding time is prolonged. That means the platelet function may be impaired, though the platelet count stays in the normal range. So this is the graphical presentation of the hematological parameter between the cases and control groups. And the conclusion of my finding is the conclusion is that in smokers, the BT-CT is definitely increasing, and then the clotting time increases in smokers because what happens is the nicotine releases, and the nicotine increases the stickiness of the cell. Once the cells are sticky, they clot, and once they clot, they will block the flow of the blood vessel, and that may cause cardiovascular diseases, atherosclerosis, and it may also lead to heart attack. So in this study, the conclusion is the bleeding time and the clotting time definitely increases, and the platelet count, though it may be normal, the quantity may not be hampered, but in terms of quality, it is affected because the aggregation becomes more, and even the addition, there's some problem. So the conclusion is in smokers, definitely the bleeding time and the clotting time prolongs. Therefore, one should stop smoking in order to reverse the parameter. Otherwise, people who are smokers, when they have an accident, when they go for surgery, because of the prolonging the bleeding and clotting time, it may give lots of complication in their entire health parameters. So thank you so much for your patience. I acknowledge the contributors, Visvedana Kia, Dr. D. Jayarjan sir, my two project students, Larisha and Ume, and also the coordinator of MLD department. And these are some references that I've taken. And thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's a nice presentation. You have beautifully explained the impact of hematological parameters in both smokers and non-smokers. Ma'am, may I call the next presenter?
As per schedule, I'll call one more person, sir. Then we can. Yes, sir. In the schedule also, your person is there. Yes, please, sir.
Yes. Next, you can call them. You can call. I think Visvedana Kia.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes,
You call her.
Visvedana Kia, Assistant Professor, Department of MLT, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati, Assam, under the title Dissemination of Blood-Related Biomarkers Among Hostel Residents of a Reputed Institute in Northeast India. Is Kia ma'am available?
ನೋಡಿದ್ರ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇದು ಸಾಕ ಒಬ್ರು ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ.
Sir, is Visvedana Kia available?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Is it visible, ma'am? My slide?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Esteemed
Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
In the Mario, your voice is not
hostel residents of a reputed institute in Northeast India. So,
பெரிய விஷயம் தான்.
Ma'am, please go ahead, ma'am. Visvedana ma'am, please go ahead. There isn't, sir. Meanwhile, shall I announce any other person? There isn't, sir. Okay. Dr. V. Jayashree, ma'am, are you ready with your presentation?
hello, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. I am ready, ma'am. Just few minutes, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Just 2 minutes.
Meanwhile, Visvedana ma'am, are you ready? Or any problem, technical?
I was having some issue with my internet. Now it's resolved.
Yeah. Are you able to present now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will
please.
present.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Good evening, one and all. Today, I invite you to take a brief but meaningful look into something we often take for granted, which is our blood. In the next few minutes, I'll be sharing insight from my original research titled Dissemination of Blood-Related Biomarkers among Hostel Residents of a Reputed Institute in Northeast India. So the study does not just present number, but it reveals silent trends that could impact the well-being of young individuals like us. So my goal is simple. By the end of this short talk, I hope we will not just learn something new, but also see how routine health monitoring can make a difference. So basically, this study was done among the students in my previous institute. So also including infections, evaluation of bleeding disorders, monitoring medical conditions, pre-surgical checkups, and so on. So the objective of this study was to assess the prevalence of hematological abnormalities, particularly anemias among the students, and also to compare the hematological profiles between the male and female hostels residing in the hostels. So to determine and also to determine any significant disorders or trends based on genders or other contributing factors. And also there is a limited data on hematological health among the young adults in the Northeast. So this study was basically done. So in the hematology, critical clearance was taken in the institute, and the study design was an observational study. The participants ongoing college students, and the parameters include complete blood count. So in complete blood count, there are different parameters including red blood cell count, white blood cell count, platelet counts, and so on. ESR, also known as erythrocyte sedimentation rate, were also done to see the different types of markers for inflammation, infection, or any diseases. And also peripheral blood smear were also studied to check the morphology of the red blood cell and the white blood cell. So later in our study, we found that about 64.3% exhibited some hematological abnormalities. So out of this 140 participants, 64.3% showed at least one abnormalities in their hematological parameter. Out of that, there were high prevalence of low hemoglobin level. There were high prevalence of low hemoglobin level, especially it was found more in the female. So this suggests a high prevalence of latent anemia. And this study was done in healthy individuals. So this suggests that they were having some nutritional deficient as these students, as they were residing in hostels, they had a lack of nutrition in their diet. So this could suggest some deficiency in their nutrient, especially iron deficiency anemia is one of the most prevalent anemia in the developing countries, including India. And also morphological study was also done where it shows a high levels of hypersegmented neutrophil. So basically hypersegmented neutrophil is usually found in vitamin B12 deficiency. So vitamin B12, it is a water soluble vitamin which plays a vital role in several key functions, one being formation of RBC and synthesis of DNA. So due to the lack of vitamin B12, it might result in the impairment of DNA synthesis in the bone marrow being a tissue that helps in the formation of hematopoiesis. So hematopoiesis is the production of RBC, WBC, and platelets and all these blood cells. So this hypersegmented neutrophil was also seen in the study, especially more prevalent in the female participants. So this hypersegmented neutrophil is also associated with megaloblastic anemia, but in our study, we did not find any macrocytic cells. So also it could be due to iron deficiency anemias. So the third point is we found anisopoikilocytosis, which is variation in the shape and size of the RBC. And it was mostly noted such as macrocytic hypochromic. Macrocytic hypochromic is found in iron deficiency anemias. And this macrocytic hypochromic is the change in the shape of the RBC. So here in this picture, we can see the morphology of the WBC. So here in the figure, in this two figure, we can see the hypersegmented neutrophil showing more than 5 lobes. So normally the neutrophil have around 2 to 5 lobes, but in a hypersegmented neutrophil, you will see the neutrophil having more than 5 lobes. As you can see here in these two pictures. And in the other picture, we have two pictures showing the abnormal and the normal morphology of RBC. In the picture to your left, we have an anisopoikilocytosis, mild anisopoikilocytosis, showing microcytic hypochromic and some elliptocytes, which is usually seen in iron deficiency anemias. And to your right side, you can see a normal blood picture showing central pallor, and the pigments are all normal. So here is a bar chart representing the mean value of various hematological parameters compared between the female, as we have here, and here it is a comparison between the male. So we have the cases and control with error bars showing the standard deviation. So here in the male, in the age, it is almost the same in both genders. While the hemoglobin and the red blood cell, we observe low hemoglobin level and RBC count, and in cases compared to the control. So this indicates there is tendency towards anemia in the case group. Then in the TLC, which is total leukocyte count or total white blood cell count, and ESR, erythrocyte sedimentation rate, were significantly higher in cases, suggesting a possible underlying infection or inflammation. Then in the neutrophil and lymphocyte, there is slightly higher neutrophil percentage in cases compared to controls, but also a noticeable increase in lymphocyte, which may indicate an ongoing immune response. Then we have the eosinophil basophil monocyte, which is a type of white blood cell. So there is mild variations were observed in eosinophil and monocyte count with a slightly higher eosinophil level, and the basophil were relatively stable. So these changes reflects subclinical conditions or early hematological imbalance that merit monitoring. In conclusion, this comparison highlights the importance of routine hematological monitoring, even in apparently healthy young individuals, to catch early deviations in immune and red cell profiles. So regular health screening and nutritional interventions is recommended to the young adults, and to implement routine hematological assessment for early detection and management. So I thank Ms. R. Elizabeth, Anamika Das, Sushmita, Catherine, and Sir Jayarajan for contributing. This is the reference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation in this evening. Now I request Dr. V. Jayashree, ma'am, Assistant Professor of Biological Science Education, NKT National College of Education for Women, Chennai, under the title Climate Change and Environmental Protection, an Integrated Approach to a Global Crisis. Over to you, Jayashree, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Just 2 minutes. I'll just share the
Yes, ma'am.
point. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. My topic here is regarding climate change and environmental protection. Audible, ma'am? Am I audible? Can I continue? An integrated approach to the global change. So here I am going to talk about the climate change, which is going to be very alarming to the human race itself. Once this period, that is recent period, was often mentioned as golden age of Homo sapiens. But now gradually we are moving to the point of totally getting you're able to hear, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. So totally getting washed away from the global area itself. So the Earth climate is not only going to be alarming, we have to stand to the protection and have a healthy life. This is the major idea about my presentation here. Basically, we are having two types of problems. One is the natural disaster. Able to hear, ma'am?
Some disturbance is there, ma'am.
Maybe I'm having my laptop as well as my phone on. The problem, I think. So talking about the natural disasters, we basically know drought, flood, volcanic eruptions, earthquake, landslide, and tectonic plate movements, which is causing tsunami in most of the areas recently. And human-made disasters like technological and sociological disasters, industrial problems related to technology and factories and so on, stampedes in common places and so on, war and riots. Coming to world warming, that is the global warming, this is major problem faced by in recent 20 or 30 years, serious every year. So this is, are you able to hear, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue, ma'am. But your presentation is not here. Your slides are not visible.
responding. She's not responding. நீங்க பேசணும்
தெரியலையே.
நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க மேம்.
So coming to world warming, the global temperature has been increasing 1.1 Celsius every year, and melting of ice and glaciers from Antarctic and Arctic Circle is too much, and loss of mass in Antarctica and thickness of ice formation in Arctic Circle is too much. And extreme weather events are taking place throughout the globe, wherever the issues are seen. And ocean acidification is the major problem faced by the environment.
Continue speaking.
Changes in ecosystem is also felt. And when coming to the key pillars of environmental protection, first and foremost is the biodiversity conservation. This plays a major role, and pollution control throughout the country has to be established at every continent. Then sustainable resource management has to be done, and alternative management for certain issues has to be planned. Plan B has to be framed by every factory and industries. Then land use planning should also be well designed to face the volcanic eruptions and earthquakes and so on, and even flood. And environmental impacts are more right now, and social impacts are also more. Coming to the mitigation and adaptation, energy transition is other ways in which you can have a control. Coming to the climate change adaptation has to be done. Policy energy governance framework has to be highlighted. Coming to challenges and opportunities, the challenges which we have are political will, economic cost, equity and justice concerns, technological scalability.
Madam, can you completely mute one device?
Technological scalability.
Dr. Jayashree, you have two devices in one place. One device completely you have to mute.
Yes, ma'am.
There is full echo. If you are using two devices in one place, one system completely you have to mute.
Then coming to the integrational equity, there should be some integral these problems coming to issues framed by the governments to opportunities. Green economy has to be framed. Jobs creation should be related to green economy. Improved public health. This is a major problem in most of the developing and underdeveloped countries. where highlight has to be given for the health issues, energy is one way. Going on.
I request Jayashree ma'am.
Point and area, there is no security to the energy conservation. Technology innovations are another form of opportunity where can create awareness about these problems.
I request Dr. Jayashree ma'am, could you please conclude because we are not at all able to hear anything from your side, ma'am.
Also to be looked into when coming to policy and governance framework, national laws and regulations to be highlighted. International agreements have to be updated every year or 5 years or something like that. Carbon pricing, incentivize, and research and development and technological innovations. Coming to conclusion, international governance organization and NGOs play a pivotal role in the control of climate changes. Arctic Council was already framed in 1996 by Ottawa Declaration, where cooperation, coordination, and interaction between the Arctic Circle states were highlighted. In fact, 20 years back, 20 to 25 years back itself, they had framed this. The 5 Cs, which are, that is Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, was framed in August 2005 to coordinate with those Caribbean Sea community. Then comes GLOBE, which is Global Legislator Organization for a Balanced Environmental, was framed in 1989, along with 8 countries. To discuss the purpose and the measures to support the 2012 Climate Change Agreement. So this is the recent one which has been updated, and we are for framing and following it. And some more effort and measures have to be done. So the other one is NGO, the NGO group, that is the Global Climate Community, which plays an important role in global issues and conservation. Thank you so much to the CoICCEP Foundation for giving us an opportunity to. I'm extremely sorry for the presentation where twice or thrice it It's got stopped, stuck at one end. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your interest and insights and inputs regarding this today international
Can I
event.
leave the meeting, ma'am?
Now, I would like to announce the next presenter, Dr. Pooja Singh. Ma'am, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Under the title Bacteriological Assessment of Two Lakes, Gotavali and Rakod of Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see my screen?
No,
The
ma'am.
slides?
No, ma'am. You had not yet shared.
Just a second, ma'am. Just give me 2 minutes.
I request the last presenter of this event is Dr. G. Narayanaswamy available. G. Narayanaswamy, G. Ramesh, Y. Balachandra, and K.
Ma'am,
Ravi.
can you see my screen now?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Why it's not opening? Just a second, ma'am. Just give me a second. Ma'am, I don't know why my screen is not visible to you because I can see from here.
Anyone please respond whether the screen of Pooja Singh ma'am is visible? Rajna ma'am, is the screen is visible to you?
No, ma'am, there is no screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second, ma'am. Just a second.
Actually, you had not shared, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, just a second, huh?
Press the green button.
అవి తీసుకెళ్ళి తీసుకొచ్చేసా మళ్ళీ
Keep the PPT open, then you click the share button and select the opened PPT, then it will come inside. First, you have to keep the PPT open, then you click the share
Yeah,
button.
ma'am. I have done the same thing. Is it available to you now?
No.
Could you please send me to my WhatsApp? I'll share here. You can explain from there.
Ma'am, I can send it to Dr. Aruna, ma'am, because I have her number. Is it okay?
Please do it, ma'am. Please do it somewhat faster because we need to conclude, ma'am. Please.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, I have already shared it with ma'am.
Yeah. 1 second. Ma'am, please let me know whether my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is visible.
Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am, somewhat
Yeah.
faster.
Sorry for the delay. Good evening to one and all. Myself, Dr. Pooja Singh, a student of ICLES Motilal Jhunjhunwala College, Vashi, is here to present a piece of my PhD thesis work. And the title of my paper is Bacteriological Assessment of Two Lakes, Gotivali and Rabade of Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. And the work has been performed under the guidance of Dr. Anita Zadav. Next. Next. Starting with the introduction here, approximately, as we all know, that 71% of Earth's surface is consisting of water, while the remaining 29 consist of land, among which the total amount of freshwater resources are only 3%, which are suitable for human use. If we talk about 0.305%, the amount of water is located in lakes and wetlands, and less than 1% is present in rivers and streams. Currently, talking about the current scenario, 1.7 billion people still lack to adequate sanitation facilities, while billions are deprived of clean drinking water. The water contamination always has a negative impact of aquatic ecosystem by disrupting the food chain. It's harming the biodiversity, causing habitat degradation, promoting algal blooms and oxygen depletions. If we talk about inland lakes, they are very much essential for maintaining balance and adaptive community of organisms, and because they also play a very dynamic role for maintaining aquatic ecosystem with high numbers of biodiversity species. If we talk about water, due to health of human, domestic animals, and aquatic organisms, water pollution is leading to various severe illness and diseases. In order to maintain this healthy environment, we need to undertake proper management, water management steps, and helps which will be helping into reduce pollution and undergoing proper rainwater harvesting system. Next. Talking about next slide, ma'am. Next slide. Talking about bacteriological studies. If we talk about waterborne infections, which are lead due to typhoid, cholera, and various illness, can be caused and attributed by these microorganisms. Microorganisms, including bacteria, viruses, and protozoa, excrete and influence on the development of aquatic ecosystem, and the presence of fecal matter which is present on the surface of water gives a very danger impact or a risky impact to a human health, particularly when this water is used for human use purpose or recreational activities. Drinking water which is contaminated with such microbial organisms are contaminated as well as by human waste, which are also a primary cause of disease outbreak. If we talk about the transmission of diseases, chlorination of water is essential to lower the risk of disease. Thus, the present study investigate the quality of water and presence of pathogenic in two lakes of Maharashtra, that is Gotivali and Ravale, which may have pathogenic in human life. Next. Study area. Next. Talking about the first lake, Gotivali Lake, it is also called as Gotivali Talab, which is located at Gotivali village of Thane, Maharashtra district, and the total area of lake measures about 2,850 square kilometers with a latitude and longitude of 19.13 towards north and 73.00 towards east. This lake attracts nature, and the water here also serves for the irrigation purpose. Towards the right side, you can see a micro photograph of Gotivali Lake. Next. The second lake is known as Rabade Lake, which is also called as Rabada Talab, and it is situated in suburbs of Airoli, in between Airoli and Ghansoli along the Thane-Belapur road in Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra. The total area of lake is 1,250 square kilometers with a latitude of 19.14 towards north and longitude of 73.00 towards east. Many anthropogenic activities such as washing, bathing, and animal washing is carried out in the lake, and for overs of years effort it has been maintained for the cleanliness in lake. Next is the original photograph of Rabale Lake. Coming towards material and method. Next, ma'am. Next. Material and method. The sampling schedule and procedure were as follows. Water samples from both the lakes were collected in a sterile pool of grass water, following all the standard procedures were followed for over a period of 1 year. The sample preparation was done. In the sample preparation, culture media was prepared using a nutrient agar, and the composition of nutrient agar are is such follows. Next, MPN count was performed by using McConkey's agar, and the result obtained were then compared with the standard chart and recorded as MPN per 100 ml. The quantification of E. coli bacteria were done by pour plate method on McConkey's agar, and the plates were incubated at 37 degrees Celsius. Bacterial colonies which were acquired and obtained from water samples collected from 2 lakes through a spread plate method. The colonies which were formed, which were used for representative sections of the colonies were used from the agar plates. Different colonies from incubated plates were selected and then purified by repeating the subcultures of 24-hour-old cultures. This purified cultures when then examined for gram reaction and microscopically ideal for either it is showing positive or negative, gram positive or gram negative, and the entire data was distributed into 3 seasons: pre-monsoon, monsoon, and post-monsoon. Next. Coming towards the observation, quantitatively 10 different species of bacteria were identified, out of which maximum bacterial species were predominant during monsoon season as compared to pre-monsoon and post-monsoon. This water sample example leads to presence of various bacteria such as Salmonella species, Staphylococcus aureus, and Enterobacter species. These species were tested positive for citrate utilization test, while rest of the bacterial were tested as negative for citrate utilization. The water sample yielded from a variety of bacteria such as E. coli, Proteinaceae species, Vibrio, cholera, Pseudomonas, and Bacillus species. All were demonstrated as gram-negative bacteria. So, from both the 2 lakes, the characteristics of the bacteria which were shown were gram-negative bacteria. Then the calculation of MPN count were done, which was a very key for bacteriological method and for helping us for categorization of water quality. MPN count was observed as 515 per 100 ml in Gotivali Lake and 330 per 100 ml in Rabade Lake respectively. More MPN count were observed during monsoon season as 663 per 100 ml in Rabade Lake and 495 per 100 ml in Gotivali Lake. Following from all bacteria, E. coli was identified by the presence of vibrant pink colonies on McConkey's plate. These plates were incubated for a period of few hours. Next. Now, this table number 1 shows the seasonal MPN index and 95% confidence limits of Gotivali Lake during the entire study period. The seasons were divided as monsoon, post-monsoon, and pre-monsoon. Majority of major counts for MPN count per 100 ml were observed in monsoon period in Gotivali Lake, and minority was obtained in pre-monsoon period, that is 453 per 100 ml. Talking about Rabade Lake, if we talk about Rabade Lake, again in the monsoon period, the MPN count was higher, which was 495 per 100 ml, and during the pre-monsoon period, it was lower as 300 ml, 300 count per 100 ml. Next. Okay. Now the obtained data was then compared with the suggested value of coliforms per 100 ml from beneficial use of water. So talking about this basically, it was under a somewhat satisfactory level. Or it can also be categorized for public water supply. If we talk about, it was near about in a good condition for other things, but for bathing and swimming and for human use, it was showing a poor quality of water. Next. Okay. Now here are the list of microorganisms which were isolated from 2 lakes. Here you can see the column shows isolates such as Bacillus, E. coli, Salmonella, Enterobacter, and their description, which were gram positive and gram negative according to the various tests performed for this microbiological study. Next. Okay, so these are the microplates. The first image which is showing is an spread plate method of Gotivali and Rabade Lake. Then the second image is gram staining. In both the lakes, it was showing gram negative for Gotivali Lake and Rabade Lake as well as. Then MPN count was performed before incubation and after incubation. Towards the right side, there were n numbers of tests performed such as citrate control, citrate positive, methyl red, urease citrate, enol. Next. Okay. So here are VP control. Then lysine test was also performed. Mannitol test was performed. So these were the few tests which were performed using this isolates of bacteria. Next. Coming towards the discussion part, Throughout the year, the water undergoes a seasonal changes of due to its physical and chemical properties, and the variation can also be caused by temperature and light. If we talk about current investigation, the maximum MPN count was observed during monsoon, while the minimum was observed during post-monsoon. Similar observation were also documented by Sharma et al. 2008, Singh 1985, Petrolek 1992, Parihar 2003, Agarwal and Rajbhat 2010. E. coli, if we talk about if we talk about E. coli, it is also it is an prevalent in all the three seasons in an irregular variation in coliform bacteria. This E. coli populations were recorded. Recorded maybe due to seasonal changes, and the result were again similar observations were obtained by Mishra et al. 2009. The increased number of bacteria observed in lake during monsoon season can be linked to elevated levels, optimal temperature, and introduction of waste organic matter and particulate matters. These substances can be transported by rainfall, which serve as an attachment site for bacteria during the monsoon period. Based on this studied, it was confirmed that majority of coliform bacteria were found to be gram-negative. E. coli can readily isolate and identified, and the quantities can be expressed as fecal coliforms per 100 milliliters of wastewater. Next. Okay. The presence of E. coli also serve as an indicator for sewage population. Detection of E. coli with other coliforms and pathogen confirms that the discharge of sewage into the wastewater bodies are under examination and are done on regular basis. All water samples of 2 lakes were contaminated with different types of bacteria, which may be due to unhygienic condition, poor sanitation system, or lack of cleanliness in the lake. From the data obtained with respect to total bacterial load as an evident, MPN count in Gotivali Lake indicated higher bacterial load than the Rabade Lake. While we considered that water quality for the best use, we categorized water body depending on the values of coliform. Thus, in the present investigation, we can categorize Gotivali Lake into third category as satisfactory, whereas Rabade Lake as well as in third category as for satisfactory for the purpose of bathing and swimming use. The unsustainability of water was attributed in inadequate sanitation practices in the vicinity of water bodies with poor hygienic and open defecation identified as major causes of microbial contamination in these 2 lakes. Next. These are the few references which I have used for my study period. So these are the references. Thank you all for your patience listening. CoICCEP Foundation for giving us an opportunity to perform this presentation over here. My guide, Dr. Anita Zadav ma'am, and you all for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your patience also, because you are waiting long time for your
No, no.
presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank
It's
you.
okay.
First of all, I would like to say my sorries to all of you as it went some late. Now almost we came to conclusion. So Rajla ma'am, anything from your end? Do you wish to speak a few words, ma'am, or shall we go for vote of thanks?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I especially thank Dr. Aruna. You're doing wonderful work. And then I can see you always keep yourself thinking what to do next, mainly for the academic community. And it is definitely an honor for us. And then you're not just doing program, and you're actually identifying people who have successfully contributed towards a sustainable development in any form. In their academic life and also in their higher education institutions. And then it is definitely not an easy task, and very patiently you are actually doing this one, and then you have a good team behind you to support. And then I could also see even people who are working with the different government departments, they are also coming and delivering talk. And then I appreciate the relationship that you have with the government sectors and then other sectors. And you have really strong team behind you. The this program brochure is there, and then a lot of big shots are there. And I also like Dr. Srinivasan from the USA, from Andhra, but he is in USA. And then he is also, yesterday he was there for a long time, even today morning he was there. And your hard work definitely like helping many people out there to recognize their own. Mainly, I saw one Dr. Anil Kumar, and then he used to attend Global Ethics programs also. I was so happy, Like you're really, I think, reaching the nook and corner in India, and we are happy to partner with you in this special effort. And definitely, I think we have started working probably 2 years before, and then every year, one or two occasion, we are coming together. And we would like to support you in all your effort, and heartfelt appreciation once again to the wonderful work that you're doing. Keep doing good work. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And without your cooperation, I cannot achieve this thing. And thank you very much for collaborating with us. And last year also, you had given us a chance to collaborate because you are working under this ethics and environmental related. So that I'm very happy to collaborate with Globethics, ma'am, and happy to work with you all the time. Thank you so much. You are very friendly to me. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're
And
welcome, ma'am.
now I wish to call upon Dr. Bhartajyoti ma'am for giving a formal vote of thanks. Over to Bhartajyoti ma'am.
Can you see, ma'am? Can you hear me, ma'am?
A little bit louder, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. A little bit
Can
louder.
you hear me, ma'am? Yeah, yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. It's my privilege and honor to deliver a vote of thanks at the conclusion of a meeting and a full two-day international conference on climate change. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our eminent speakers, keynote guests, our Professor Srinivasan sir, Dr. Dixon Adam sir, Nagababu Abbadu sir, Jose Nandikara sir,
Ma'am, your voice is not coming. Ma'am, your voice is not audible. I think there might be some technical issues in Bhartajyoti ma'am. So I would like to conclude with the vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks message for our two-day international conference on climate change and environmental protection 2025. It's my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this enlightening and impactful 2 days international conference on climate change. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our eminent speakers, guests, chief guests, guest of honors, and panelists, jury members, experts, and the participants, presenters, awardees across the globe. Your insights, research, and thoughtful provoking discussions have truly enriched this conference and deepened our understanding of the climate crisis and possible pathways to sustainability.
ma'am, shall I continue, ma'am?
Will you continue, ma'am, or?
Yeah, I'm continuing. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, please.
We also, we also extend our appreciation to all the participants, researchers, academicians, and students.
I think she has some problem, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Network problem, yeah.
Network problem, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Dedication made this seems seamless and successful. A special word of thanks to our collaborating institutions, Globethics, for their support and commitment to environment.
Okay, ma'am. So sorry for that mishap happened in the last. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge shared here and continue to act with urgency, responsibility, and hope for the greater and more resilient planet. Thank you once again for sparing your valuable time. Thank you one and all, name by name, all the dignitaries, all the participants, awardees, guests, and whomever on the screen and off the screen they are there in this conference. I look forward your cooperation and your participation in our future initiatives also. So let us continue working together for flourishing both your end and our end also. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time. And it's time for honor our nation. So let us conclude all these 2 days of international conference with the national anthem. I request all of you, please stand behind your screens and join your tone for having this national anthem. I request anybody, please start over, and if possible, please switch on your videos. Okay, let us start our national anthem. Jana Gana Mano Dinayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Utkala Jaladi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jahe Tava Shubha Ashisha Mahe Gahe Tava Jaya Gana Janagana Mangala Dayaka Jai Bharat Bhagya Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He Jai Hind. So now officially I'm concluding this meeting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.